Alright, hello chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. We are once again starting a minute early, just to throw off everyone who thinks they've got me perfectly timed. Anyway, we're back. We're playing Elden Ring. Because yesterday, in the middle of the Armored Core stream, I genuinely just had a moment where I was like, man, I haven't played Elden Ring in like a month. Which, well, at least since Convergence came out, is not normal. I normally check it out at least every like 2 weeks. I play it once or so. But, it's been like almost a month since we last did Elden Ring. So I said, screw it, we'll just do Elden Ring tomorrow. For no reason. Purely because I want to. Wait, where did it just say that I am? Please tell me... Oh god, okay. And you see Mickle. First off, hello Korn, Luna, Mickle, Dreammaster, hello. Second, the thing, Mickle, with you recommending the pole blade that you swear by, right? The thing is, we're playing Convergence, so things have been moved around. Chances are, even if you would be able to guide me to the pole blade, or if I wikied it or whatever, it just wouldn't be there. Because everything's all different here. Plus, we've got the rot build. This is actually the first time I played Elden Ring on this controller. Okay, hold on, rewind a little bit while I'm stabbing crabs for no reason. This is the first time I've played Elden Ring not on a PlayStation controller. Or any Souls game for that matter. And I've gotta say, the bumpers feel strange. You get so used to those like little soft, squishy bumpers that the PlayStation controllers have. Because, you know, like R1, L1 are kind of your main buttons in the Souls games. You get so used to having those little squishy bumpers. And then, well, mine is third party, but it's very much based off of like the Xbox Series controllers. So you go to like an Xbox controller and they have like the really clicky, like stiff bumpers, and it's completely different. Literally already feels like a mod. Yeah. But like, who knows if it's even there, is what I'm saying. It's kind of interesting that I'm down here. I don't know if I'm down here... Whoa. Out of necessity? Okay, yeah, I just have all of these, because these all would give me spells, but none of them are magic types that I'm using. So I have just ignored them, apparently. Good to know that I have those. What was I? Oh, the notes. I was gonna go to the notes. And where? Servant of Rot. Am I here for something specifically, or was I just kind of running through here? I guess I was just running through here. But find it? Yeah, let me just go find it. In, you know, Elden Ring, where everything is moved around, and I can't Google it, because the location's not gonna be right. Let me just go find it, real quick. Hello, dear. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Ow. I don't know why I'm hitting all of the peaceful animals. Alright, this crab deserves it. Son of a bitch. Okay. There's no skill issue here. No skill issue. There. crabs give a good bit of runes. Wait, that one was only... Oh, the other one had glowy eyes. Because I was like, the other one was like 3K. Why did that one only give me 500? I gotta get used to all my magic too. I know that this is a buff. In Elden Ring, you get it from a quest? Oh. Then it's probably not if it's from a quest normally. I would assume that you're right. And this buff is ridiculous. I remember it just buffed like my damage scaling and stuff. But it also gives you a little bit of passive health regen. It is a really, really nice buff. And I know that buffs are memed in this game, but I'm playing with the mod, alright? It's not my fault that they gave me cool shit. Alright. I love when, like, the rare item pickup is a crafting material. Great horn hammer. I love that. It's always so nice. I love what they did to this. I love that they changed the way that this looks. I mean, I already... This is one of, like, the best areas in the game visually, just even in vanilla. But with some of just the little things that they did for Convergence like this, they made it way prettier in some spots. When I activate 700 buffs to make sure that I never have to learn a single boss attack, exactly. Look what they did here. They made this infinitely more interesting visually than it is in vanilla. And what's so good about, like, the Convergence mod, too, I don't know what's with all... The thing that's funny with Convergence mod, as I was saying, is that, when it comes to stuff like this, they're only using assets that already existed in the game. So it's like, yeah, FromSoft could have done this. Like, the assets existed in the game, but they just didn't. Oh, I got a voicemail on my phone, and it's from my school. Who else would it be from? I missed that call, and my phone is on silent. I did not hear it ring. Sorry, I saw that huge pack of deer, like, all on top of one another, and I couldn't help myself. Ooh, glowy eyes? Ow. What level am I? It's been like a month. So I have no idea. I think I've fought Renala already on this character. I think I went and did the magic school. I feel like I remember doing it. But like progression-wise, I don't know what I was doing. I'm down here and I have no reason to be outside of just exploring what new stuff they might have done in terms of Convergence. What level am I? 55? Okay. That seems about right. I've got 30 vigor. I might... I'll look at... Wait, how much does it cost me to level up at 55? About where I'm at. 18k, 20k. I'll say 20k. Roughly. Like when I first found you when you had a girly beard. No. Having a solid shadow is not a girly beard. It's just called being classy. I can see what looks like a spirit spring. It's definitely on the other side of the wall. It was worth a shot. It was worth it. I was like, if I just run right into the wall and jump, will I hit the spring? I was hopeful. You look like a real man now? No, I look unkept. That's what I look like. There's a fast travel thing. I don't think I want to hit it. I probably don't want to leave this area. Actually, let me find like the next Grace, and then I might hit it just out of curiosity. He looked like he was into real men. Now he looks like a real man. Unkempt is an underutilized word. I would agree. I would definitely agree. I'm not big on the beard. Not as it is now. It was fine for a bit. Like, even though it was longer than I would normally have it, it was fine. Now I think we've gotten a little ridiculous, personally. I think we've gotten a little out of hand here. Does Elden Ring just have, like, weird acceleration on the thumbsticks? Because my camera feels like it's moving really slowly sometimes and really quickly at others. And I know it's not the controller. And I know... Like, I've been thinking it without saying it for a bit. It feels like there might just be some weird acceleration stuff that I never noticed on, like, the PS5 controller. Needs that manscape. Oh. When I get near the end of the Beardathon, I should hit them up. And tell them what's going on. That would be a great sponsor stream. The finale of the Beardathon is a Manscaped sponsor for when we shave it on camera. Can you see the vision? I think it's great. I'm gonna remember that one. Why am I all the way up here? Why did I do this? This is not in vanilla, is it? I have no memory of this. Okay, I think I could go across. That's vanilla? I don't think I've ever come up here. I don't think I've ever made this jump. What the hell? There's someone out there. Oh. I do not want to be on Torrent. I don't trust Torrent one bit. Jawbone axe. I do not trust that bastard. I know what he likes to do. Eh. Okay, maybe I need Torrent. There's a bridge out to the guy. No, there's not. I do not trust that one bit. Oh, no. I do not trust Mikkel one bit. Are there invisible bridges in Elden Ring? I don't recall ever seeing one since like Dark Souls 1. Because, like, they did do that in Dark Souls. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That's not one of them. No, I meant to do that. We reset those. There are invisible bridges. This is not one of them. What flavor? I think that's fruit punch. I don't know them. I think it is fruit punch. Like, I don't know what color can is what flavor. But I think that I just sipped on fruit punch. That is fruit punch. Sagero, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Where's my elevator? Hello? Stab. I like this weapon a lot. I don't remember what it was called. Rotten Crystal Spear. It's a beautiful piece of weaponry. Exquisite craftsmanship. Oh, this is like... Okay, this is where I started today. Beautiful. I was right here. I've been digging Celsius. I've heard people say that Celsius is good. I've never had it. No, I've never had Celsius. I would remember if I did. Oh, I was gonna say maybe I just hit the little portal guy for the sake of it. But let me go get my pile back. Oh wait, didn't I go around the wall and then the spring was on this side? Son of a bitch, ow. Oh yeah, I see it. Wow. Okay, who has that bow? Because that bow is scary as shit. Shit, there goes the runes. That went well. All right, I'll just go hit the fast travel thing. See where we end up. God damn it. That bow is scary. I must have handled whatever enemy that was earlier, the first time I went through there. Because I think I did start over on that other side the first time through. Give me the runes. Oh, I'm really good at steering torrent. Oh my god, come on. There we go. It's been a while, okay? It's been like a month since I played Elden Ring. Okay, now you're just being cheeky. What? Oh, I can pick it up here. Okay, there we go. Wait for the elevator again. I would love for these guys to do a, what's it? I mean, any of the more classic Souls games, but really, for me personally, if the Convergence team did a Dark Souls 1 Convergence, I would be very down for that. It would give me a reason to play Souls 1 on stream. It's already the best Souls game, just as it is. No debate there. It's just the best one. It's perfect. It's not perfect. As soon as I say that, I have to drop the bit. Ow! It's the closest to perfect out of the bunch. Even though it's still kind of a decent way off. Son of a bitch. Dark Souls 2 is the best Souls game. I almost hope that people vote for the, for Souls, for like next review series after Armored Core, because I just know that the Dark Souls 2 video would anger people. Because it's definitely my least favorite, and I can't even pretend like it's not. But there are some things in Dark Souls 2 that people really hate that I really don't mind. So that video would probably be a spicy one. Because, like, I actually think that their healing system is pretty good in Dark Souls 2. And while adaptability is kind of annoying, I kind of like adaptability, like, as a one-off thing. Like, knowing that they're never gonna do it again, I kind of enjoy it. If it was, you know, something that they were gonna keep for, like, the whole series going forward, I would hate it. But as, like, the one-off thing that it is, it's just kind of like a fun gimmick for one game. Having a whole stat for, like, iframes and status build-up resistance. Because pumping the shit out of adaptability and getting crazy iframes. Because, like, the thing with adaptability in that game, if you just think of Elden Ring as, like, the standard amount of iframes, at the beginning of Dark Souls 2, your iframe window is probably about half of what it is in Elden Ring. Like, you have to be really precise when you dodge, when you start a new character in Dark Souls 2. But then if you pump adaptability a ton, you could eventually have, like, double the iframes that you do in Elden Ring. Which I never did that, but the idea that you could do that just to, like, meme up a character and have it be, like, impossible to hit you, I think that that's kind of funny. Me personally, I feel like there's some charm to that. Because Dark Souls 2 also is, like, the highest player level you'll be at the end of any of the games. So it kind of evens out. Dark Souls 3 has massive iframes. Yeah, it's super noticeable when you play it. Like, you start up the tutorial boss and you start dodging and you're like, whoa. Like, I have a really big window. I've heard that some of, like, the late game and, like, DLC bosses in Dark Souls 3 are, like, the best of all the games, but I've never gotten more than, like, an hour into Souls 3, so I don't know, personally. Someday. The only thing, if I were to do, like, a Soulsborne review series after Armored Core, is that I would have to play Bloodborne on PS4. Because, like, there's just nothing, there's not another option. So, after Dark Souls 2, I would just have to bite the bullet and go get Bloodborne on PlayStation, which I could probably just eBay a copy for really cheap. In all fairness. It's not like it's gonna be a rare game. One of my guys is having a day. Oh no. Like, work kinda having a day, or just generally having a day? Smithing stone. Work? Damn. I mean, I hate technology too. So I get it. Ow. Mother. Whoever gave them these bows needs to take them away. Oh, I heard it draw too. I should have dodged just a second before. Did anyone know? Okay, wait. This is something crazy that I found out about yesterday. Okay? Did anyone here? Did a single person here that... Okay, wait. Let me rewind. Sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. So when they announced the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, we know that that's going to at least be like a timed exclusive for PS5. And like alongside that reveal at the showcase when they announced it, they also said like, oh yeah, we're working on a collection of like some of the older Metal Gear Solid games for PS5. And everyone went, oh, that's kind of neat, and moved on. Because all the hype was really around the fact that Metal Gear Solid 3 was getting a remake. You know, it's cool to get the older games ported to PS5 too, but like we were all focused on the remake at the time. But apparently, that collection of games is Metal Gear 1 and 2, like the old MSX games that even predate Metal Gear Solid. And then Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3. So the original MGS3 is also going to be in that little collection of like the older games so that you can have both. That's pretty great already, which is details that we didn't have before. But also, and this is the part that I was starting with, like, did anyone know that that collection of older Metal Gear Solid games is coming out on all platforms simultaneously. I think other than Switch. I don't know if the Switch is getting a launch. But it's coming out on PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam, like all on the same day. The collection of older games, that is. Which is a really big deal, because Metal Gear 1 was like an MSX computer exclusive. Metal Gear 2 was like an NES exclusive, or was it SNES? I think it was SNES, actually. My bad. Oh no, it was NES. Never mind, it was NES. And then Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3 were all like PS1 or PS2 exclusives, respectively. And now they're, like, next month, like this comes out in like October, apparently. They're just dropping a collection of 5 of like the most important games of all time that have never been on Xbox or PC. And no one even knows. I didn't know. And that's a big deal when I don't know. Hello to King. How's it going? Like, how has that gotten no marketing? Do you know how I found out, chat? Through Metacritic. Because the Metacritic, like, page listing for the PC version of that collection popped up. It doesn't have any reviews because it's still like a month out. But, like, the page exists and it just kind of popped up out of nowhere. So I have no idea why they're not advertising that super heavily. Son of a bitch. I want to read what Ryan is saying. Oh, that's not even the one that shot me. There we go. I was like, can my camera work with me here? I was trying to flick over to it. Man, this... did I spec out my damage scaling a lot? Why is this stick hitting them so hard? Oh. Why am I so shit at the game? Oh, I did. Because it scales Faith and Arcane, and I've got both at 27. Okay, yeah, it's because I damage scaled the hell out of it for early game. That is why. Okay. I hate these big tentacle bitches. Can you not? Can you not? That one was actually scary. But they do give a lot of runes. So while I'm just kind of exploring around, did damage get like a universal buff in Convergence? Like just everything kind of deals more? Because I probably knew that at one point, but I definitely forgot about it if I did. Oh, I was early. Early-ish game. Yeah, having 27 on both of the scaling stats in this kind of area is why I'm dealing so much, definitely. Because I'm not that high of a level. I'm like level 50, which is honestly about where I would say you should be for this area. But, like, all of those levels are just in Vigor, which I have at like 30, and then Faith and Arcane to scale my damage. Base damage is higher for everything. That's probably part of why it feels so good to play this compared to vanilla. In all honesty, not to say that Elden Ring, like, all the enemies are too tanky, but there are some enemies that are too tanky. I wouldn't say it's most enemies in the game, but it's a pretty fair amount of enemies I feel like are just tanky as shit in vanilla for no reason. Because, like, even this guy right now, right? Like, I'm damage scaled out the wazoo. I have a higher base damage just because of the mod, and this is still, like, the damage that I deal. This being one of the enemies that is just like, why are you so tanky? Why is your health bar so big? I wonder if that's part of why I like Dark Souls and Demon Souls so much. There's not really many enemies like that in those games. Because those are like my top 2, for whatever reason. I don't know why Demon Souls is still, to this day, my second favorite, but it is. Elden Ring's my third, for the record. Hello, Jess. Oh yeah, the ad redeem, for the record. Which, wait, Mickle, I don't know if Mickle was here yesterday when I brought it up. I think Bird was. The ad break redeem was an old classic on Twitch. That's where it came from. I brought it back when I was looking through my Twitch redeems and I saw it, and I was like, oh yeah, that. People loved it on Twitch. Subs on Twitch all the time would just save up their points to redeem ad break. Because they loved thrusting the ads on everyone else who wasn't subbed. While they got to hang out for like 30 seconds while no one else could hear what we were talking about. And I added something else. That I did add. I set, hold on, let me open up my bot real quick. Because I did add something, I just don't remember what I added. I added it last night, like right before I went to sleep. I added a no swearing redeem for 250. Where you know how caveman mode works? It's that, but it's a 10-minute redeem for no swearing. And it's the same rules, just applied to swear words. Fairly self-explanatory. Ah! Ah! Aha! What's so cute? Is this in the Discord? I would have to assume. Also, oh, it's a ghosty. I see. Hold on. I got a super random message from moderator of the show, Thomas Foolery, this morning. And it was about his long, well, I don't know if this is exactly what it was about, but I'm assuming it was about his very long-awaited Arkham Asylum video that we've all been holding out for like a year at this point, right? No offense, Thomas Foolery. But he just, out of the blue this morning, asked me if I had a bunch of copyright issues with Arkham Asylum back when I played it on the channel. To which the answer was yes. Jess, did you have anything to do with this? Because didn't I hear that you were playing Arkham, or at least about to, or something like that? Is this where Tom heard about the copyright issues with Arkham Asylum? So that's the only thing I can think about. I would have to assume that's where he heard it. She played it once. I haven't had any copyright issues? Oh, okay. There is a piece of wood, I was gonna say, stuck to my back. What's in here? This is the best part of me playing Convergence, is just how little I remember from vanilla. Because I just, whenever I do replay Elden Ring, it's never like a proper, like, playthrough where I'm exploring everything. Was it audio related? Yeah, it's the music. The soundtrack in that game gets claimed. Shimmering Rune of the Ancestors. You get copyright issues when you aren't monetizing? You'll get claimed. It doesn't affect whether you get revenue or not, but yeah, you'll still get claimed. Or if they are the type to do takedowns, which is very rare on YouTube. Because takedowns are a really big no-no. In YouTube's in the YouTube space. I did on my first ever stream. What was your first ever stream? What did you play for your first stream that got claimed? Because most games don't get claimed. Alan Wake. Yeah, that would do it. That would definitely do it. That would do it. You don't have to explain that one. Yeah, Alan Wake is full of licensed music. So that would make sense. My first channel got taken down over some BS. Was it copyright ID? Okay. Or maybe reuse policy? I'm trying to think. It's got to be one of those two, right? Those are the two that tend to be problems that would actually lead to your channel getting taken down. Not many other policies will actually result in a takedown. At least for the average person. Like, you know, obviously if you're wild, the hate speech policy and stuff like that exists, but she somehow did a double strike on me. Copyright ID. That'll do it. Wait, only two though. What was the third one? Copyright, I think, is a 3 strikes, right? Or is it only 2? She just did a mix of other people's music. Well, yeah, copyright ID is super. We do not, by we, I mean YouTubers. There's a lot of problems with copyright ID that YouTube has not worked out because they're kind of like impossible for YouTube to work out. Because the reason that copyright ID exists is that YouTube isn't like liable when someone is like abusing copyright law on the platform. It exists so that they can regulate copyright without needing to get directly involved in it. So the way that it's set up is super, super messy. And it's where you get like false claims, like what you're talking about, or like I had an issue with a specific individual last year, like back in like last September, October-ish, where there was a random guy like claiming a bunch of my streams and being like, yeah, I own the Zelda soundtrack, so this is my ad revenue now, or like I own the Halo soundtrack. Those are 2 of the games that he claimed me on. Because copyright ID, you can pretty much just say that you own it and YouTube will just kind of be like, oh, okay. Because they aren't legally involved in that at all. Because the entire, like, the purpose of the system is that if there is a dispute, copyright-wise, it's between the copyright owner and whoever uploaded that piece of content that's being disputed. YouTube has nothing to do with it. So it's really easy for people to abuse that system and say that they own shit that they don't. And a lot of smaller YouTubers especially will not be brave enough, mostly from like lack of knowledge, right? To try to like dispute it or fight it. The guy that I'm talking about ended up getting banned from the copyright ID system because I brought it to support, like partner support. And I was far from the first person to bring up that specific guy. So a little bit after I brought it to them, he ended up just getting like completely revoked from the copyright ID system. I didn't realize I could fight it at the time. Yeah, that's why people abuse it. Because a lot of people who are newer or smaller or whatever just won't know what to do about it when it happens. So, like, 9 times out of 10, as long as you hit smaller channels, like, you're just getting a free win, pretty much. And it's literally, it's just a scam. Like, it's just free revenue that you can get for no work. It's really bad. Shit. But then if someone were to actually dispute you and you didn't lift it, because the steps of it are, like, if someone claims my shit and I look into them and I see that they don't own the copyright for whatever they're claiming, I can dispute them. And then that person either has the option to, like, counter dispute essentially and be like, no, I do own this, and stand their ground, or lift the claim or strike or whatever it is. And if they stand their ground and they don't lift it, then it's back on me, and the only option I have left is to actually take it to court. But if you actually took them to court and you can prove that they don't own it, which in my case would have been really easy with this guy, because he was literally like just claiming Halo soundtracks and Zelda soundtracks and stuff that he just clearly didn't own. If he had not removed all of his claims and stuff, then I could have just taken him to court for money. And I probably would have, because I probably would have profited off of it. Sue for damages, the way a true American would. I went on to all of her music and gave them terrible reviews. That's the real way a man would handle it. Absolutely. I don't know if I need anything from the Enchanted Remnant, though. This would leave. Have I ever used any OBS plugins? Yeah, I use one daily. Not even day. I use one for like 6 hours a day, every day. I use the NDI plugin, is my main one. What does Enchanted Remnant do? Here, I can actually, it's at a Site of Grace that you use it. First off, Site of Grace, though. I have like 3 golden seeds in my inventory. And like 2 sacred tears. I don't know why I have all of those sitting in my inventory. I didn't grab any of them today. So those, I just was running around with those previously. So yeah, in this mod, when you get the remnants, you use these to like, each remnant will have a certain set of talismans that you can craft using it. And you just select which talisman you want. You pretty much just trade the remnant out for any one of these talismans that are like available through it. It's actually a really nice system because it makes it a lot easier to get like exactly what you want for your build. None of these matter for me, so I'll just grab a magic one. Blessed Dew slowly restores HP could be nice. I've not... Is source record, is that like selective recording? What is source record? Would it be like while you're streaming, you can also record, but the recording wouldn't have your face cam in it, but the stream would? Is that what that plugin would do? I'm just trying to guess based on the name. Because I know that Streamlabs has that as like a built-in feature, and it's one of the main reasons that people that use Streamlabs OBS use it. But Streamlabs OBS is kind of shit. It will then just record that particular source. Yeah, that would be a nice plugin. I think I might just grab Blessed Dew. None of these I really need. Actually, Erdtree's Favor is always a banger of a talisman in the early game. There's nothing wrong with little Erdtree's Favor. I already got the one that makes me immune to poison, or immune to poison, immune to poison. Hold on, what talismans am I running? Yeah, I don't... This is a great setup as is. I don't think I even need either of the ones that I just crafted. Or, sorry, I crafted 3. Any of the ones I just crafted. The magic one I obviously don't need. Yeah, actually, I don't think I'm going to change out to any of those. I like the talismans I have right now. It crashes my OBS whenever I try to use it, though. Yeah, plugins are really... That's when you'll start to break OBS most of the time, is when you start loading plugins. I mean, OBS, it's open source software, right? So it's already kind of finicky, as most open source is. But then you add in, like, you know, third-party code, and things start to fall apart even more. Like, NDI is kind of a bitch to work with a lot of the time. Which, for people that don't know what NDI is, I know that I mentioned it once, and I think it was Ryan that knew what it was when I said it. It's a software that you can use to share video between multiple computers. So, like, when it comes to, I do use a stream PC, right? But what I don't use for my stream PC setup is an Elgato, like a capture card. Because what I could do is I could get, like, the Elgato, like, 4K capture card. I don't even remember what it's called, but they have, like, a 4K internal one that, like, slots into your GPU in your computer. And I could use that. That's what most streamers who use a stream PC use, is, like, something like that. I, instead, use my router as the middleman. And so the way that it actually ends up working is I have the plugin load and the software. I have the software installed on both computers just for NDI in general. And then I have a plugin on OBS on both computers that allows that software to be used with OBS, like as a video source. And also, it allows your OBS on one computer to output video as that source. So, like, my desktop OBS is always outputting, but it's not actually streaming or recording when I'm using it. It's just outputting as an NDI source. And it goes through the Ethernet of my desktop to my router. You have to use Ethernet for it, for NDI OBS. You have to have Ethernet for both computers for it. So it goes from the Ethernet to my router. And then, from the router, it goes through my other Ethernet cable that goes to my laptop, and it sends the video to the laptop OBS. Which then the laptop actually streams out or records stuff whenever I'm using OBS. And it's kind of a bitch to set up, and it's really a bitch when it decides to stop working randomly, which happens way more frequently than I like to admit. Well, I say like to admit, it's not even my fault. It's just like, it's an open source plugin, so it breaks. It's not consistent. You'll just boot up OBS one day, and like NDI just no longer works. And it's like, okay, great. And there's not really much support out there for it because it's a really like niche and not very commonly used plugin. So it's kind of a bitch whenever it breaks because I'm kind of just fumbling around in the dark trying to fix it. It's actually been a super long time since it broke for stream. But I think that's just because I record footage like every day before and after stream. So normally when it breaks, it's like early in the day. Because it normally breaks like after a boot up of one of the computers, whichever one it decides to break on. So I normally know that it broke hours before I have to stream anyway. So I have time to fix it. The last time it broke, it's actually been a bit. It might have broken like a month ago. It's been on a good streak for me. It says a lot that a month is a good streak for it. It's very unstable. It is not stable at all. The plugin kind of sucks, but It's the difference of, like, I put in the effort every once in a while whenever it breaks, or I pay, like, $500-600 for an internal card. And honestly, for needing to fiddle with some tech stuff once a month or so, I'm good saving the $500-600. I don't remember how much that card is, but it's really expensive. I was tempted by slobs specifically for the source record thing. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it overall. It's real the difference between Studio and Streamlabs for me that makes it a big deal is the Streamlabs OBS is way less optimized. Like, it'll use way more of your CPU, GPU, like whatever you're encoding on, than standard OBS does. They packed a bunch of shit in there that just kind of like comes with it that you probably will never use. Like selective recording I did use for a while, back when I used to use Streamlabs. I feel like I'd get to the point where I want things to just work. I think OBS is cool, but I think I'd find a paid solution that is rock solid. That's the thing, though, is, what's it called? OBS is like the industry standard right now, and it has been for a long time. Like, as long as I've done content, it always has been. It's just like, it's the best that is out there currently. Which is hilarious, because everyone who uses it on a regular basis is like, why does this shit never work? Because it really never works, but it is genuinely, like, still the best option out of everything. And it helps that it's free. You know, being the best option and being free at the same time, it's pretty nice. I generally really like open source stuff. Not because it's free, but because plugins. Plugins are great. Like, I have Premiere, but I use Premiere for like every 4th or 5th video. I barely ever use it. It's nice, but I have like I was gonna say third party. I have an open source like equivalent where I can just load in a bunch of like custom shit to make it perfect for me. And I normally just use that. It's a little less stable than Premiere, which is crazy to say out loud because it's Premiere. Oh, I thought there was a grace up here for some reason. I was like, wait a second, did I never hit that grace? I didn't, because it doesn't exist. You text TriCaster at my old school? I don't even know if I know what TriCaster is. It sounds familiar, but I can't, like, picture it. Like, I can't, like, see the interface, is what I mean when I say picture it. OBS is really... It's nice once you figure out how to troubleshoot it. Like, early on, trying to learn OBS is kind of frustrating, because things just kind of break, and you don't really know how to fix them. Ow, son of a bitch. But once you figure out how to fix things in OBS, outside of the NDI plugin for me, like, it gets to the point where when you have an issue, it's like a quick 5-minute fix at most. It's just a really awkward learning curve. Because it's just accepting that things will break and just learning what to do when they break, rather than learning how to keep things from breaking like you'd expect. But honestly, that's kind of what working with technology is in general. Is knowing that things will break for no reason and you just have to learn over time how to fix them. You can make entire careers out of just that, in fact. Because that is literally just how technology works. And it's It's great. I love it. My question is, how do I get in there? In Convergence now. Because normally, this would be where you could fight the big deer. Right? And normally, you'd go around lighting all the fires to be able to enter. But I didn't see any fires while I was running around. And obviously, this looks a little different. Hold on, let me go sweep again, see if I find... I swear, if I could have lit these the whole time, and I just ran up to it the first time and didn't notice. Isn't this... Wait, no, that doesn't even look like the thing that I'm looking for, does it? No. Wait a second. When in doubt, just smack it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Alright, thanks. Just fixing other people's problems? Yeah, that's what technology does. It's probably an issue with the plugin itself. So many people are having problems with it. A big thing with OBS and plugins is normally, version compatibility. Because plugins have to be updated to work with certain versions and updates of OBS. So, if you're having an issue where it's instant crashing every single time, and it's a common issue, maybe try an older version of OBS. At least that would be my instinct, would be try an older version of OBS. I reverted my OBS like just 2 weeks ago. Or like 3 weeks ago, actually. What version of OBS am I on? I'm on OBS 28.1.3 on both computers. I don't know what the current version of OBS is, but I'm on version 28. Because, yeah, plugins have to be updated. So, if a plugin isn't updated and you need to use it, you just need to use an older version. I think it's 29 something at the moment. Yeah, I'm not on the... I knew I wasn't on the newest version. I just don't know, like, relative to what the newest version is, what I'm on. Sorry, False and I have been talking about the new ad stuff on YouTube a lot. And she opened a YouTube video up on her VOD account that doesn't have premium. And she apparently got a 1-hour ad. Which, it was skippable, but she still thought it was funny that that's even a thing. That's what's hilarious about YouTube ads to me, is that they can literally be an hour long. Like, but if they are an hour long, YouTube's not gonna make you watch that shit. I don't know what the point of running a 1-hour ad would even be, considering that anything over like 15 seconds will always have a skip button after 5 seconds of it play. What even is the point? Telling you, Jez, sign up for premium, my guy. Also, I've mentioned that I've been testing YouTube's new ad systems. And man, chat, I don't know if I can go back to the old ad player. Because I'm starting to get really good averaged out numbers for the new ad player. And like, I don't know if I can go back. Is all I'm saying. No one has complained. I've been very sneaky in my approach. Not completely sneaky, but very sneaky. Where the first day that I test ran the new ad player, knowing that it would play more ads than usual while I was live, I didn't say a word about it. And for that entire stream, not a single person in chat said a word about it either. Which at first I was like, oh, okay, so it can't be that intrusive then. Probably just because they're all skippable. And then the second day, I was like, oh, hey, heads up. more ads than usual. And people were like, oh, okay. But then no one mentioned it throughout the rest of stream. And then I ran them yesterday. And I did the exact same thing. Like, I mentioned it at the beginning, but no one else did. And I've had them on today. And Jess saying that she just got an ad was what made me think about it. But no one has said that the ads have been, like, ridiculous. There are definitely more ads. I'm sure it's noticeable. But is it, like, invasive? Because when I'm talking about the creator side of things, let me pull up a quick comparison, because I do not have my breakdown on hand. It's on my external, which is plugged into my laptop, and that's a lot right now. But let me grab the numbers. All right, so that number compared to what day? This day. No, not that day. I had them on that day. Shit. I'm struggling to remember how many days. Okay, well that day someone was super chatting like crazy, which it's great that super chats affect my RPM. Fantastic. I need to find a day with no supers, because I'm looking at some crazy RPMs. God damn it, you guys. Why do you super chat? Why are you like this? Yeah, so on the creator side, with the new ad player, I'm doing mental math right now, so like give or take, but it's about an 80% increase in RPM. In simpler terms, it's almost double the RPM of the old ad player. RPM being revenue per mil, which is the fancy abbreviation for how much money ads will generate per 1,000 views. Because it's mil like the Latin mil, which means 1,000, not a million. It's a big difference. It's a very big difference. I wouldn't say invasive, but noticeable. Yeah, I was more just looking for, like, if people were gonna be like, holy shit, there's so many ads, but it hasn't, like, no one has been like that. So I might run with it. Ow. I hate these bitches so much. I don't know what I'm meant to, wait, there's a fast travel thing up here? I don't know what I'm meant to do to go fight the giant deer in Convergence. Because it seems different. That understatement right there, but like it's different. Ow. When you're about to say something and an ad pops up, yeah. Ow. This would be whenever you're about to answer a question. No, the new ad player that I've been testing for like the last... Today would be day 4 of me testing it out. I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't tell us how often it plays an ad, but I can see it in the dashboard when it happens. Like I get a little pop-up letting me know that it's about to play an ad. Which they do. There's also a button to like temporarily pause the ad player. You know, for various reasons you might want to not have any ads for like a period of time on stream. But I see it when it happens, and I would say it's probably about every 12 minutes. Like, on average, I think it's playing, like, one ad every 12 minutes. Which is a lot compared to the old one. But that's also why the RPM is way higher. And honestly, like, because of just how YouTube... Like, if it was on Twitch, if we're talking Twitch ad break every 12 minutes, it would be insufferable. Because the way that that would work on, like, Twitch would be you would watch, like, 9 minutes of stream, and then get 3 minutes of ads. And then you'd watch 9 minutes of stream, and you'd get 3 minutes of ads. But on YouTube, because every ad is skippable, it's like you watch 12 minutes of stream, and then you get 5 seconds of ad. And even if you get an unskippable, at max, it's only 15 seconds. So even that breakdown is still pretty generous towards the stream. Plus, you know, unskippables make the world go round and all that. Jesus. Which isn't even that true anymore. They pay way better for unskippables than they used to. Like, even a year ago. The old way that it worked was so shit, by the way. When I first got partnered last year, YouTube was still using that archaic-ass system where if you guys got an ad and you pressed the skip button, it wouldn't pay any revenue to the streamer, or creator, not streamer, just the YouTuber whose video it's on. They had that system up until like 6 months ago, for the record. They finally changed it, thank God. But like, that system was shit. Chole YouTube vids have a different voice than Chole's stream voice. I think it's the caffeine. I think I'm louder on stream. Is that it? Son of a bitch. I just got a mustache hair yanked out by my can. It's so unpleasant. I'm just trying to take a little sip of my drink, and it just plucks a hair right out of my upper lip. I actually do not know how to open up this boss fight because they changed it and I'm not finding a way. Is Corn here? Corn has to know. He's played a lot of Convergence. Where's Corn? Do I have this? Oh, I do have this. How do I open up the big deer fight? I don't want to rest at the Grace, because I've, like, cleared the enemies out again. Did I ever fully explore all this up here? I don't know if I did. That might be a good place to start. Has to pretend that he's excited to perform for us. I don't have to pretend. Look, 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 look. It's not that I'm excited to perform for you. It's that I'm excited to play games for 4 hours straight. You're suffering from a crucial misunderstanding here. It's not pretending. It is genuine excitement, but it's to play the games. Hence the, like, 5 days straight of Starfield. Even though everyone would have much rather watched Armored Core, and if you think I didn't pick up on that, I picked up on that. Of course I did. But I was having a really good time playing Starfield. Also, hello, Rick. Welcome back. Cole doesn't really like us. It's like a, you know, it's a benefit. Like, I get to play games and people are here and talking to me. You know? It's like an additional benefit. Because it also means that I can actually justify playing games for 4 hours straight in the middle of my workday. And that I can call that part of my workday. I might have to look it up. Hold on, what's the thing? I doubt I'm even gonna be able to get an answer. But they changed this, and I actually can't find the way in. Convergence, Hollow Horn Grounds. I know it adds 1 million spells and equipment, but does it change what you do with them at all? I mean, right now, I cannot find my way into this fight. Oh. Okay, apparently someone on Reddit says that they think the Hollowhorn grounds in the current state of the mod is like a boss fight that they haven't gotten added in yet. Which is really interesting if true. But apparently no one has been able to find the way in, and people have come to the conclusion that there currently isn't a way in. I mean, you can see that it's like very visually different. Oh, sorry, in terms of progression too, items are remixed a good bit. And in terms of like general progression stuff, they made it so that every single golden seed that you find is an additional flask. So they got rid of it where it's like, you know, the first few flasks, you only need 1 seed, but then like the next handful, you'll need to get 2 apiece, and then you'll need to get 3 apiece. They just made it so that every golden seed that you get is a flask. So that's also just a huge quality of life thing, where it's just, no one wants to have to go out and find every single golden seed. They kind of make it so that you just need to find, like, you know, 10 or so, and then you're good. Because, I mean, I've played a lot of Elden Ring, like over 200 hours, right? But I don't know where all those flasks, or sorry, all the golden seeds are. I can find every sacred tier, like every single run I do, because I just know to go to the churches. But, the seeds are like, you actually kind of have to know where the seeds are if you want to get all of them in a vanilla playthrough. Or just Google it and like have a list up, which is normally what I have to do. But here, I can just kind of casually play through, and I'll get max flasks. I don't have to worry about finding like every single one as I go. Ready for premium? YouTube premium, very good. That's another thing with the new ad player as well that I didn't even consider before I started like testing it and like sharing the data with false and stuff. Is the premium revenue with the new ad player is also a really big increase just because of the way that YouTube Premium works in terms of the ad revenue system. Where it's like YouTube, if Ryan is in chat and Ryan has YouTube Premium and an ad plays on stream, he won't get that ad. But to prevent YouTube Premium from hurting creators, YouTube will just pay me as if Ryan had received an ad play, because they still come out positive per, like, YouTube Premium member. Because it's what? Like, is it $12 a month for YouTube Premium? Something in that ballpark, at least? So paying out for, like, every ad play, they still end up making a good profit off of it. And, I mean, could you imagine if people didn't get paid for, like, what would have been ad plays for premium users? Like, the existence of premium would genuinely mean that, like, every single channel on YouTube would lose probably, I would have to guess, something like 8% revenue a month, something in that ballpark. A lot of people seem to have premium, way more than I thought. At least just going off of like live chat. There's always a lot of people in chat who talk about having premium. Whenever ads come up, I'm always surprised by the amount of people who have premium. I don't know why people don't just split that. For me, the ads don't really bother me. Like 90% of the time. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. So even split, I'm like, I don't, like, even right now, I'm about to just cancel my Discord Nitro. There's no reason for it. Like, I have no reason to have Nitro. And it's not even that much. But, like, why would I have it? if I'm not really getting anything meaningful out of it. Because Nitro is genuinely just like a bunch of random quality of life features. So back when like COVID had just hit, and like the primary form of socialization between guys my age was all Discord, it seemed like a great idea and I bought it. And I've just had it since, but now I'm kind of like, man, I don't think I need Nitro. Like every month it just randomly is like, oh yeah, you paid $10 for Nitro this morning. And it's like, okay, it's $10, but like, why am I paying $100 a year for Discord? I kind of think that every single time. I got billed for Discord Nitro this morning, which is where this is coming from. It renewed this morning and I saw it in my email and I was just like, I don't know, man. I don't think I need it anymore. There is a big tree. Ow. I can't believe I ran around down there trying to find the entrance to the boss fight for that long just to Google it and find out from a Reddit thread that the boss that they want to have in there isn't done yet. So I was looking for something that didn't exist the entire time. Son of a bitch. Okay, that's not... I couldn't remember if that's where he did the big, like... Oh my god. Oh, this is the one where I run. This is what I was about to talk about. Oh, it breaks! Oh, it breaks! Wow. Yeah, the Scarlet Rot build, even at like level 50, it's pretty good. Oh, I should have mentioned that too. Oh, and the Remnant stuff, man. I need to get better at answering the questions of like, what does Convergence change? Because there's a lot that I should have mentioned there that I didn't. Hold on, these Remnants might be good. What do I have on my Physic right now? Boosting my Faith and Arcane, which are my 2 damage scaling stats, and boosting physical attacks by 10%. So I just have 2 good damage scalers on right now. These are all the stat boosting ones. I could just grab like a Faith one, if there's just a Faith one. Is there? Oh, there it is. I scrolled right by it. I don't think I'm gonna use it, but it's like if I'm gonna grab anything, I'm not gonna use any of those. I probably won't use any of these, to be honest. Max FP. Stamina boost is a maybe. The stamina recovery speed more than anything, that's a maybe. But I still think I would rather just have the damage, because you saw that when I had my Physic on. That was ridiculous. But yeah, this. How now when you do one of these Erd trees, like when you kill the bosses here, not only do you get like the things for your Physic, the Physic tiers, you also get a fast travel to literally every other Erd tree in the game. Even if you haven't killed the boss at that Erd tree, you can still teleport to it. And the boss will be there when you fast travel over. Well, this is really nice, because early in the game, wherever you start the game, you could just go to the nearest Erd tree, take out the boss at it, and then travel really wherever you want. For the most part. Not literally everywhere you want, but like pretty much anywhere you want. I can't think of many places that you couldn't get to, or at least get like super close to. It would mostly just be the underground areas. A camera violation, a blistering 36 miles per hour, 36 and a 30, that'll do it. That'll do it. Man, getting caught for speeding by camera is actually the worst thing ever. It has never happened to me, but it's happened to so many of my buddies who live in like when I was living in Orlando, it happened to my buddies there a lot. Because Orlando has a lot of cameras set up to like get you for speeding. Because the cops in Orlando have better things to do than to pull you over for speeding, unless you're going like dangerously fast. But if it is like 36 and a 30, they have better things to do. There's a ton of crime in Orlando. It's a super high crime rate city. So like if you're going 36 and a 30, the cop that's right there is not gonna pull you over like 99 out of 100 times. I never got pulled over once in my 2 years living in Orlando. Not a single goddamn time did I get pulled over. As soon, like literally, it would have been like 12 hours after leaving Orlando, like literally as I was moving from Orlando back to here. Like halfway along that drive, I got pulled over and got a speeding ticket. In the middle of like, who knows where. It was in Kentucky. I was in the middle of Kentucky. It was like 11 p.m. or something. And I got pulled over and got a speeding ticket literally the day I left the city. And I got pulled over all the time here when I lived here beforehand. I just pretty much always got off with a warning. That was actually my first speeding ticket I actually got issued. Was that one in Kentucky. Also, my only speeding ticket I've ever gotten. You still mainly go Margit, Godric. Yeah. Yeah. The boss progression and like area progression is the same. But, okay, maybe not. Because like with the fast traveling thing I was just showing, one of my favorite things about Convergence is depending on what like starting class you choose at in the character creation, it will actually start you in different locations of the game. Like you can see from my map, I have never been to the first step on this character. I just haven't been there. And it's because I don't remember exactly where I start. Oh, I do. I started with the Scarlet Rot class because I wanted to play with the Rot build and see how that was. So it started me in the Church of Plague. Like this is where I started at level whatever, probably like 6 or 8 or something like that, depending on the class. The last time I played Convergence prior to this update, I started at a Grace that was up there because I played like a Frost Witch character. So it started me up there, like right next to the Carrion Manor. So your progression can be different. The only like super mandatory ones only the real mandatory ones are the ones that stay the same. So I gotta think, like who even are like the absolutely mandatory bosses in this game? It would be Draconic Tree Sentinel. I think that's the first one. They said this is a school zone. It gets worse with every sentence. Ow! It would be Draconic Tree Sentinel, like Piss Godfrey, but that's not even really much of a boss. Morgott. Fire Giant. Why can I not remember his name? Malekith. And then, like, Radon. Like, that path you would have to do if you want to complete the game still. But, yeah, like, outside of the absolute mandatory bosses, you do not have to do the others. Although, wait, apparently... Okay, wait. Like, a month ago, someone told me, and I never knew this, because I normally just go around and kill, like, all of the Remembrance bosses when I play. Because I feel like it's doing a disservice to skip them. But apparently, for one of the lifts to work, I think it's the one to go into Altus Plateau, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for the sub, Brendan. I think the one to go into Altus Plateau requires you to have killed, like, Godric, Renala, or, Is it Rykard, I think? Not Rykard. Different one. The one that comes from the sky. Big meteor. Boom. Not Rykard. Is that Radon? Wait, no. Yeah, Radon. It is Radon. Did I say Radon earlier for the final boss? I meant Radigan. Yeah, I've played like 200 hours, some of this game. Can't you tell? Yes, okay. That is Radon. Apparently you have to kill like one of those like 3 or 4, like, not totally mandatory bosses, but like remembrance bosses for that lift to even like work, even if you got the tokens. I never knew that. Cause like I've always killed them on every playthrough, cause I just like doing all the remembrance bosses whenever I play. Cause why would I skip them? But I never knew that they were like actually mandatory. Radon is the son of Radigan. I need to get more knowledgeable about Elden Ring lore. Because I feel like it's really, really good, and I just don't know shit. More toys with some quality of life changes to like waypoints and tools. Yeah. And when I was running around down in the underground city area where you'd normally fight the big deer that I can't remember the name of either for some reason. Hold on. When I was just down here, and this is normally where you'd fight it, it looks like completely different. And you know how you'd normally have to like light all the fires around here to be able to fight the deer? The fires are gone, and that's just completely closed off. And apparently, at least according to the Reddit thread that I found when I Googled it, it's because they're working on putting a new custom boss in there. And it's not done yet. Like, it's not in this update. Because this mod is still in alpha. This is still the alpha version of the mod. And there are custom bosses, actually. I should have mentioned that, too, shouldn't I? There's not a ton of them, but there are some, like actually completely new bosses, like, from scratch. And they're really dope. Elden Ring lore is great. I know, like, some of the super basic shit, right? Like, I know that there's some, like, god force out there that's, like, really, really high. Like, all the gods in Elden Ring, for the most part, are demigods, right? Like, Radon, I think Melania and, what's her brother's name? Mikola, I think is her brother, right? I think they're both demigods. What will release first, Convergence or Elden Ring DLC? Look, man, as much as I want to say Elden Ring DLC, if we're being honest, it's probably gonna be Convergence's full release. And not to be that guy, but like I like what Convergence does, like compared to vanilla so much, that I will probably, like, in the long term, enjoy playing Convergence more. Also, I bet after DLC does eventually come out, you know, the Convergence devs will probably just work on, like, modding that portion of the game and whatever new stuff comes with it as well. I feel like for me, this is one of those mods that is so hard for me to go back to vanilla from, because it just adds so much, like, cool shit and, like, quality of life stuff that I don't really want to go back. 9K for that dog? Holy shit. I love this place. Man, my rune farming tendencies are gonna go burr in here. Holy shit. Elden Ring DLC isn't happening? Yeah, Elden Ring DLC is about as real as, like, Hollow Knight Silksong at this point. $9K runes for a single dog is ridiculous. Oh, that's what I hiccup. That's what I opened with the lever. I like that Convergence adds so much new shit and like remixes item placements so much that it's the first time that I've actually played the game and fully explored everything since like I first played Elden Ring when it came out. Every playthrough after that was more like, okay, I have something in mind that I want to do, so I just have to like go do that thing. But now, because I have no idea like what's new and what's not and where they might have placed all the items, I actually do go around and explore properly. Oh, I remember this one. I forgot about this one. Hollow Knight out of 10. It's somewhere in the ball. I would probably say it's somewhere in like a low 8, mid 8 territory. If I had to give it off the top of my head, it would be something like that. There you are. Don't you do that. All right, I think we'll be fine. Especially if I buff. I did not buff. Ow, son of a bitch. Again, I'm stingy about numbers, but that would probably be the ballpark. I never scored Hollow Knight. Maybe someday. You don't like platformers? It's not a platformer. I don't like platformers. But I like Metroidvanias. Hollow Knight would be like a 9 without the boss rush DLC that prevents me from... Oh, I have every achievement in Hollow Knight other than the Steel Soul ones. I'm missing 2 achievements, and it's the 2 Steel Soul ones. Other than that, I did 112 the game. And I did the speed run to 100% as well. Like, getting 100% in, like, less than 20 hours or whatever that is. Which actually is a really generous time frame. I think it only took me, like, 11 hours to get that achievement. It's one of my favorite modern games. It's really good. It's one of those indie games that's, like... it gives you hope for indie games. Like, it's like, oh, okay, if AAA can't give me good shit, the indies have got me. It was one of those games for me that I was like, yep, indie games still slap. But I've been an indie game enjoyer for a long time prior to Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight was just different for me because I don't get many opportunities to play a good Metroidvania. They're way more rare than they should be. Crow's $1 Million Debt, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Beat NKG the other day. NKG is one of the best bosses in that game. He's definitely in my top 3. I think my number 1 is, man, I never remember the name. The Pantheon 4 version of Hollow Knight. Is it Pure Vessel? Is that the name? Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. I have not played that one. It's like on the list of games that I need to play, but I have not gotten to it. Oh, don't you buff? Okay, see, the spear itself is just solid. The repeating thrust, Ash, is ridiculous. Especially with, like, what's it called? Winged Sword Insignia, and, the fact that it's a rot build, so, like, proccing Scarlet Rot through my spear attacks. Oh my god. Yeah, repeating thrust is ridiculous. I do have a lot of damage scaling from Faith and Arcane on it, though. That's one of the things I really like in Convergence, is, they made it so that all the different effects, not all of them, but a ton of them, scale off of 2 stats instead of just 1. So, like, for example, right now, Scarlet Rot stuff in Convergence scales off of both Faith and Arcane. So if you scale both of them to 80 by endgame, which is, you wouldn't be able to, but if you did, and you completely forwent any other stat scaling, and you went straight for that, like your level 160 spread, you would have the craziest damage. What does it do? So much. Custom bosses, quality of life stuff, new weapons. I think it's like 200 custom spells, something like that. It's a ridiculous amount of custom spells. Crazy good mod. Oh, that's not normal. Oh, I am so sorry. You were such a good boy, too. I'm so sorry. Oh, he does have rot on him. Okay. Come on, Orb, do your thing. There we go. I don't want to spear attack him. I feel like it does so much damage. Even the pest threads, man. No. Squeeze me? That's what I'm saying. They move shit around, too. On top of just adding new stuff. They just, I guess they put Red Wolf in jail. Alright. That was a surprise. I never know what they're gonna be. I have not, like, played enough Elden Ring to know what every ever jail is supposed to be. But that was still a surprise. Because as soon as I saw him, I was like, that ain't right. Which one are you singing? That one. New moves for bosses, like how they did with 3. I don't think any of the bosses have new moves. The mod is still in alpha right now. Like, it's not done. They still have a bunch of stuff that they want to do that they haven't. But they're just putting out, like, big updates as they have them, which is really nice. Because even if they're not done, like, what's here is already good enough that I'm just happy to be able to play it. I wouldn't be surprised if down the line they're gonna do that. Some of the bosses got buffed, like Margit and Godric, are both faster and more aggressive than they are in vanilla, which makes them way more fun to fight if you've already played the game a bunch. Also, hello. Hello, Rowan. This rotten crystal spear with the amount of scaling that I have on it is so fun. It's kind of stupid. It's really powerful for, like, this area of the game. Eventually, the scaling will catch back up to me, and I won't be as OP as I am right now. But right now, I'm feeling a little OP. I gotta say. It's poke? Oh, yeah. Check this out. Oh, yeah. You see that? Oh, here we go. I got it. The 6 runes are important. They all add up. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep running along, like, the west cliffside here. Just doing stuff as I see it. And eventually I'll just work my way up to Carrion Manor and go through that. That's kind of the goal right now. Ow, ow, ow. Jellyfish shield! You know what? I'll fight the jellies. They attacked me first, okay? People always get pissed when I kill the jellyfish, but these ones brought it on themselves. Oh. Even just charging the heavy does so much more damage. Damn it. I did not put enough shit in my hair. It does not want to stay up. I was a little light on the product, which I normally am. My hair is just... I have too much hair right now. It's kind of getting to that point where I might as well just leave it down because it doesn't want to stay up regardless. it's gotten to that point before where I'm like, I'm not even willing to go get a haircut. I'll just rock the basic ass hair for like a month until I'm mentally prepared for a haircut. Hello. No mercy for red jellyfish. Yeah, people used to get pissed at me. Red or blue. If Mikkel was here, if Tom was here, like, the mods that play Elden Ring and know, like, all the memes and shit, they're never happy with me. Not enough for your Santa cosplay? Honestly, I would probably pull off a better Santa, like, for Halloween with this beard than I would in Obi-Wan. The beard is just too long for me to do the Obi-Wan shit. Obi-Wan might have to be another year. Because when the beard gets this long, you can't even see the resemblance anymore. Like, my face is pretty much just gone. My facial structure, you can't even see it. It's just beard. Which, to be fair, for a lot of guys, is why they grow a beard to begin with. That's why I have, like, a light beard, because my face looks fine, for the most part. My jawline is just a little weak. So, you know, you grow, like, a classy, like, short-length beard, like, full beard, but you just keep it trimmed up pretty nicely. And it covers up that jawline, and it's like, oh, that's the look right there. This is not the look. This makes my face look long, is what I've noticed over time. Because, like, my face ends there. That's the bottom of my chin, but then the beard brings it down. Because it's so long at this point. Makes it look like my face goes way below my mouth. I don't like the long beard look on me. You could always do Cal Kestis. You know, that's not the worst idea. I definitely don't bear as strong of a resemblance there. People who haven't seen me without the full beard like this, they have no idea. The Obi-Wan meme is a thing on this channel because of just the sheer amount of people who would come into chat all the time who had never seen me before. And they would be like, holy shit, you look like Obi-Wan. They would always just be like, oh my god, he looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Specifically, like, episode 3 Obi-Wan. Like, that's where the entire meme came from. Was just the amount of people who would come in and be like, oh my god. But at this point, because the beard and the hair are both a little long, the resemblance is gone. You can't even see my face because of the beard. The hair just isn't right. All you need is a poncho. I just need a bright pink poncho, like the Jedi Survivor one. I don't know why the Jedi Survivor one defaults the color to pink, but I love that it did. Holy shit! And he's gone! Yeah, repeating thrust is a little ridiculous. Brain went too fast there. Oh god. Ow, son of a bitch. Yeah! Oh, you guys want to hear something crazy? Remember yesterday when I was saying, like, oh yeah, I started working on the video for next week, you know, Formula Front video? Armored Core, of course. And I was like, yeah, I played a little bit this morning. I got started. As of me starting stream today, because I was working through it this morning as well, I am probably, like, less than an hour away from finishing the game. I honestly believe that I will be done with the game and writing the script by, like, 6 p.m. today. Which is a good thing. Because that, I might be able to get the video done by like Friday on the current schedule. And then that means that I could put more time into, like if I still just scheduled the video for Monday like normal, even if it's done already, I could just start working ahead on the last Raven video to try to get through like more of that game's content. Because I know that that game is way bigger than I will be able to fit into the video. Like, just with my time frame and all that for those videos. So if I could just get really ahead... Also, hello, Jacobian. Ignore the stomping. And still put out the Formula Front video on, like, the normal schedule. Then I could probably just do way more for the last Raven video than I otherwise would have been able to. Carry a Knight's Sword. Not too bad. I'm not using it. If it doesn't have good Scarlet Rot buildup, I don't want it. I'm all about collecting these weapons, but if it's not gonna fit with what we're doing, it's not gonna fit. Right now, my damage scaling is good enough that I'm barely even noticing the Rot, like, having an effect, to be fair. But if I swapped to a weapon that wasn't using Rot, it would be noticeable how bad my damage is. Because I've fully scaled out for it. Like, strength, dexterity? No, none of that. Faith and arcane? That's where it's at. Wow, that did a whole lot of nothing to you. Wait, it cut his arm off. It's our build theme. Scarlet Rot. We are a servant of Rot. So, long term, we're looking to fully build out for just having really good, like, damage over time. Even right now, I do have good damage over time. It's just, I have so much physical damage as well right now for, like, the point in the game that I'm at and how much scaling I've already gotten through, like, just getting good talismans and speccing out the points, like my level points properly. Because this is huge. I can just throw down a mist, and then once they're in the mist, I can throw a blighted orb, and then I can start spinning and stabbing. Like, if I've got a big target, I can take them out very quickly. It's just that really right now, all I need to do is do the repeating thrust. Just like 2 or 3 times, and most things are dying. Even like the Red Wolf in the Everjail. That thing died in like, well, I went out of my way to not use repeating thrusts. It would have died in like 2 repeating thrusts had I done a second one. Because that first one actually brought it down to like half health. Shit. Save some points for things like dragon abilities? I don't think so. Because the Rot in Convergence has dual scaling, where it's scaling off of both Faith and Arcane for damage. So I'm probably just gonna scale super hard into both of them. Caveman mode. Why would you do this to me? Why would you caveman? Oh, I mean, why would you do this to Chole? That's what Chole meant. Why would you do this to Chole? This redeem sucks. Yeah, Chole does not like caveman mode. Chole is adding so many other good redeems too. Like inflicting an ad break onto chat, or the no swearing redeem that was added today, where it is just the same thing as caveman mode, but instead of not being able to use first person pronouns, Chole doesn't get to use any swear words. And it's also for 10 minutes, base time instead of 5 minutes. Oh, like swearing. Yeah. Chole thinks the prices might need to get shuffled, though. In all honesty. Because caveman mode is the most difficult of the redeems for Chole. So the fact that it's only like the 3rd most expensive maybe doesn't make sense now that Chole's thinking about it. Bring back push-ups. Chole doesn't want to bring back push-ups. Because of the flow and all that. How much is that one? Which one? The no swearing and the ad break? And what was the command for it? No swear. The base command is no swearing, Chole thinks. Exclamation point, no swearing. Chole loves fighting revenants. Has always loved fighting revenants. Son of... Oh! You come back here! Replaced with kid-friendly versions. That's probably how Chole would have to do it! Don't kill... Hate these bitches. Hate these bitches. That's probably how Chole would have to do it, though. We could say frick and... Is crap a swear word? These aren't sunglasses. Chole grabbed his glasses. Where are the shades? There we go. Where's the alert, speaking of? Crap is a swear word? Is it really? Chole doesn't think crap is a swear word. Wouldn't let your 5-year-old say it? Maybe not 5. When did I... Where is the alert? Where's Charlie? Also, Chole heard that one. Chole caught that he said that. Chole should look at the screen more. Thank you for the blue thing, Ryan, as well. Chole is distracted, thinking about too many things. Here he comes! He's on his way!
Sunglasses will make it better.
There he is. If Chole just keeps rolling, crap is not a swear. Chole started saying crap when he was like 8 years old or something like that. Like 8 or 9. Chole also developed his really bad swearing habit at like 13 though. So, you know, take that how you will. Like the swearing habit that he has today, he's had since he was like 13. Frozen needle. I love, shit. Chole loves that weapon. Used it on the frost witch and it was very fun, but it doesn't have rot buildup. It's an analog for shit. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a replacement in and of itself, you know, for an actual swear word. Gotta throw some grunts. Hold on. Oh, someone approved it. Oh, also, Chole forgot to say, see you later to Jess. Who's here? Ahmad is here. I didn't approve that. Jess didn't approve that. There's a mod lurking that I was not aware is here. That I'm going to figure out is here. Who is it? Because they haven't chatted, they're not on the participants list. Fair play, unknown moderator.
Well,
Fair play indeed.
look at you. We don't receive many visitors. I presume you are tarnished? What brings
Chole
you
needs to
here?
wait like 30 more seconds to say what he wants to say.
Oh, pardon me.
Or he could just say
It's hardly my place to
that
ask.
Chole's money is on
I am E.G.,
either
a blacksmith
Mickle
who once
or
served the
Tom.
Karian royals.
It's one of them.
Who
Oh, there we go. I
who
can.
refuses to retire his
Caveman
rusty
mode.
armor. So here
Caveman
I
mode is a
am,
bitch.
Still quietly plying my trade on this.
I've only done it perfectly
Perhaps
once,
you'd like
where
to
I just
explore.
haven't added a single minute,
These bones are old.
and it was
still
difficult.
able.
I think it's because I play hard games, or at least games that are hard to play while trying to focus very, very carefully on what I'm saying. It's nice that my poking stick uses sombers, and that my seal is only using like standard smithing stones. I'm not really using the shield, but like, hey, if I've got it, and I've got the stones, I don't see why not. Upgraded poking stick is gonna go nuts. Forgot about this. Ooh, is there something like tucked up? If it were me, I would tuck like a dungeon up in the corner here. Because you would tunnel vision in on the rain of magic missiles, right? And you wouldn't go up here. I feel like there's gotta be like a cave or like a crypt of some sort tucked up here. There's a bunch of rats in a graveyard. Okay. EG is our boy though. And Ryan is confirmed secret mod. We actually found a way to have moderators without the wrench. That would be actually nuts. To be able to have secret moderators, like undercover mods, that would be crazy. That would be ridiculous. I don't know if there would be much of a reason for that, but who knows? I guess the only reason is just if anyone like gets banned, they can't like go spam the shit out of like the mod in DMs or whatever, which happens so much. You guys have no idea. You should. Oh, I didn't mean that. I wanted torrent, not my physic, but that's okay. Yeah, that happens to the mods a lot. It's yeah. Pain. Oh god. You can even get me up here? I used to get those messages a lot where if someone got banned, they would DM me. Then I had the revelation, the great discovery, that I should just have my DMs closed. I don't know why I had never thought about it until like a few months ago, right? When I first closed them. It was pretty recent. Like it was at some point this year at least that I closed my DMs. I don't know why I had never thought to do it before. Okay. I don't think there's a whole lot in here other than just kind of like the main route. I mean, there's like Sword of Night and Flame. But I'm not going to be using that. It could be something new, though. Ow. Is that why you never DM me back? Yeah, it's because I don't get them. Ugh. It's because they don't appear for me. Sombers. Beautiful sombers. Not like good rarity ones, but if I ever need them, like if I ever want to replace the stick, I've got them. I probably have a ton of like base rarity sombers though. I bet that that's not even a new thing. But getting 4 of them? Oh shit. Oh wait, is it facing the other way? Well, hello. Son of a... I should not have woken that thing up. This was stupid. Why do I have to pick a fight with everything? Why can't I leave any enemies alone? What is wrong with me? Where did this brain rot come from? Ow. Yeah. Poke the shit out of you. And you. It's that fighting instinct. In any game, I have this overwhelming urge to fight every single enemy. I don't know where I picked it up. I don't know why I have it, but I can't leave enemies alone. I'm actually like incapable of it. It's probably a good thing that I have shades on right now, because I'm probably just gonna end up not seeing a lot of the hands that are like tucked up in a corner. Like in a dark corner at least. Because, you know, they sit up on the walls and shit. Oh, hello. I think it's why a lot of people get annoyed with how I play Elden Ring. I think that that's at the root of it. The fact that I want to fight everything. I know that Tom and Mikkel both get very annoyed with the way that I play Elden Ring. Because they're like, holy shit, please just use Torrent and run past this. But I'm incapable. May the full moon shine upon Karia. I guess, Ronnie does still use moon magic. I mean, she doesn't fight, like, in the game, but in her ending, you see the moon. In wife ending, as I've heard many refer to it. I'm actually excited to be so far ahead of the usual schedule with the Armored Core video for next week. Because it's crazy how quickly I have almost cleared this game. Ugh. And it makes me really want to have it cleared, like, tonight. I don't know if I should immediately write the script. I might want to sit with it until, like, the morning at least. Instead of just immediately writing it once I'm able to. Might be better that way. I don't know. I'll see what I do tonight. Chances are I get that really strong urge to just, like, get as far ahead as possible on it once I realize that I'm already so far ahead. It's kind of like, you know, how much further ahead can I get? And like I said, the further ahead I get, like, the sooner I can finish it and have it scheduled, I can just start on the video for the next Monday after. Because I know that the scale of that video is going to be a lot larger. Even with me not capturing the full scale of the game. Although someone in the comments of the 9-breaker video, I think, let me know that when I do it, there are apparently 3 story paths that they recommend doing. They didn't say which ones. They said do the first 3. So I hope that it actually just works out as like if I were to look up a guide. Oh, okay, goodbye. It would just be like the top 3, ideally, because that would make it really easy for me. But they said that the first 3 story paths have no shared missions between them, like not a single one. Which, if that's the case, then it does almost feel like I would need to play it a few times. And I think people in chat, when I asked yesterday, because I did ask, and I did get some answers, but when I get multiple answers, I have to like try to generally boil down one answer out of all of them. So sometimes I confuse myself when I ask like a large amount of people at once, like I did yesterday. But I think that people said that like the individual playthroughs of Last Raven aren't super long. I think if I remember right, someone said probably like 6 hours per run, which is not that bad. Like if it's 6 hours a run, I could probably do at least 2. But the thing that like, I know Last Raven has a reputation, and everyone has been warning me about this game for weeks because apparently it is insanely difficult. Like, if you've seen the 9-breaker video and you're not familiar with the Armored Core games, the general consensus that people have is that the reason that that game has like 150 training exercises that you have to clear to beat it is because the game was like meant to train new players or even like existing players to be better at Armored Core in preparation for Last Raven. Like that's kind of the community consensus on why 9-breaker exists the way that it does. And if that's actually true, then I might have a very rude awakening when I get down to actually playing Last Raven. 'Cause I like to think that I've gotten fairly competent at those games. But I'm probably about to be proven wrong. I almost just rolled right off the bridge. Because, like, you know, the Souls games are hard. But there's not a Souls game that exists to, like, make you better for the next game. There's nothing like that in this series. So it worries me when I hear that there is a From Software game that people like to at least say FromSoft realized how difficult Last Raven was going to be, so they made a whole like quick little side game in 9-breaker to train you to get better so that you could enjoy Last Raven. It's worrying. Especially for me being like, okay, realistically, I have like 4 days to play through this game beginning to end. Like with any video, that's pretty much my timeline. And even then, 4 is more than I would like. I try to aim for 3. But the last few games, I have not really been able to complete in that time frame. Except for Nexus. I got through Nexus really quickly, but then that video just was really long, so it ended up kind of cutting it close anyway. It was a short game that had so much shit for me to talk about that the video ended up being so big. Nexus only took me like 6 hours to play. Formula Front, I don't know how much playtime I have in it. Most of my PlayStation emulators, actually, yeah, the PS1, 2, and 3 emulators that I use all track your playtime on a game the way that like Steam would, where it's just like, yeah, as long as the game is open, it'll count towards your playtime. So like, I know how long I played those games for because the emulator tells me. But I'm new to this PSP emulator. I've never used it before. And it just doesn't have the playtime. So I'm going to be estimating more just off of like, I think I spent about this long playing the game. I could go through and add up the playtime from all my recordings, but I don't know if it's even worth taking like the 10 minutes to do that. Probably not 10 minutes, like 5 minutes. It might be worth it. Just to know how long. I would say I've probably played 3.5 or 4 hours of it. And I'm about done with it. Like I know that I'm right at the end. I have for sure less than an hour left of that game. So it is a really short one. Which I'm gonna not complain one bit about having a short game. The week before, I'm playing a game that has like 6 story paths that some people, not most people, but some people are saying like playing through all 6 is like something that I have to do to really understand like the full scope of the game. Which I'm like, as someone who would be like a longtime fan, I get that because it is like, I guess the best comparison I would make is like, imagine if someone did an Elden Ring review without even fighting like all the Remembrance bosses. Like, it would be a solid review. They'd mostly get the point, but they would be like missing stuff, you know? Even if that stuff isn't completely mandatory, like they would be missing some stuff. Like some context that other players would have, right? So I kind of get it. But at the same time, I don't know if playing that game for 30 hours can fit into my production timeline. I don't think it does at all. I say I don't think it does. I know that that kind of playtime does not fit in my production timeline. At least not without spending twice as long on the video. Oh my god! He killed me. I didn't think he would because my damage, but I threw hardcore. And Chole is done. Yeah, the last Raven video should be interesting. I'm just rambling about it at this point. I shouldn't even be thinking about it as much as I am. Because it is, like, it's... I have almost 2 weeks. I have like 13... Okay, I have like 12 days until that video needs to be done. And I shouldn't really be putting that much thought into it right now because, like, I have a video in between. Like, I need to have a video for next Monday. Like, I have to have a video done in, like, 5 days from now. And that should be my focus. But, weirdly, when I'm just thinking about, like, my game plan right now, it is not my focus. I'm like, oh yeah, that video, that one's gonna be easy. But that one after it is gonna maybe be a problem. Ultimately, whatever I end up doing with, like, the last Raven video, it will at least inform, like, how I approach some of the later videos as well. I know that people have said that, like, the 4th gen games have multiple story paths as well. And obviously I've played Armored Core 6. I know that that has a bunch of story paths to go down. So whatever I end up doing with Last Raven, I'll have to, like, figure out the format as I go. And try to decide it not just for that game, but, like, the games coming after it as well. AC6 honestly being a big question mark with that. Knowing that each playthrough of Armored Core 6 is, like, about 20 hours. And if I were to try to do all of it, then that would be, like, 60 hours of playtime for that video, which absolutely does not fit in the production timeline for me. 60 hours of just playing through that game. Like, I would need to not stream for, like, most days of the week if I was to do something like that. No, I can't. I was about to say, wait a second, not streaming for most days of the week. I was like, maybe I could do all the story routes for Last Raven if I took, like, 4 days of the week. Like, if I staggered out my streams every other day for the week. It would buy me, like... If I cut 4 streams in a week, that buys me 16 hours of work time I don't otherwise have for the video. Which is a lot of time. But the Last Raven video, Lies of P is on Saturday. This Saturday. So I'll probably be starting that video around then if I can get the Formula Front one done really early. And then it's like on Tuesday we've got Mortal Kombat. I think next Thursday we have Payday 3. Like, I have too many games that week. If I were to stagger streams, I would be playing each of the new releases like for one day in their respective, not even respective, in their release week. It's all 1 week respective. That dragon went down like a bitch. I mean, didn't actually go down, but went really fast. Shockingly. The stick is too strong. I think I'm a little too powerful. Maybe Convergence doesn't need the universal damage increase. Honestly, especially with like dual scaling stuff. Like this build, where it's like, I'm getting double damage scaling. Do they also need to just have like a universal base increase to all forms of damage? Like, is it needed at that point? I'm trying to just think. I haven't gotten to endgame on Convergence before. So maybe they do some like balancing stuff there. I don't know. But it almost feels, it doesn't almost feel, it feels overkill to me.
Thou must have some business in mind to come all this way, though I have no memory of inking thee an invitation. No reason in particular thou claimest.
No reason.
Intriguing. Then mayhaps fate hath steered thee to this encounter. Wilt thou enter into my service? I am the witch Rani. I stole death long ago, and search now for the dark path, that I might one day upend the whole of it, and rid the world of all that came before.
Upend.
Well, has that roused thy interest?
Serve Ronnie the Witch.
I see.
Of course.
A choice well made.
Indeed.
Thou art a rare sword. Not many would have accepted the offer, but I require as much of those under my command. I anticipate good work from thee.
Alright. Thank you.
Then I ask we proceed with haste.
Oh, I'm gonna have to talk to
There
everyone
is
else
in
too.
my
And I don't have it in me to
service
skip
a
them.
half-woven warrior by the name of Blythe. I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the eternal city.
Isn't there something in the
I've called
lore,
for Blythe to greet thee
speaking
below.
of me trying to
Take from him the particulars.
keep whatever minor lore knowledge of this game I
And
have?
wilt thou find each
Isn't there something where like all of the demigods have like a
preceptor in the sorcerer's
like a
art
wolf of
also
their own?
heed not their peculiarities.
Like I guess under their
Feel secure
servitude?
in gaining from
Would that be
them
the right way of
what
saying that?
advantage thou canst. I am sure
And, like,
others will
Blythe
be
is
doing
just
the same.
Ronnie's like wolf? Like Radigan's, the Red Wolf of Radigan is his, right?
Speak with the three who await thee below. Thou needst not indulge them unduly, but they too wish to appraise.
Radigan is like the biggest
It hath been a
question
passing
mark
long time since a newcomer
in terms of
entered
lore
my
for me, where
service
I'm like,
after all.
so either Radigan and what's her name? Oh, it starts with an M. There's so many R names and so many M names in this game that it gets so confusing for me. Radigan and Marika, right? Queen Marika, I think it is. Is it Marika? I think it's Marika. Like, they are either two separate people who fused into one, or Radigan was never his own separate person and was only like an alter ego of Marika's, and they were the same person all along.
I'm told that you are searching for Nokron with Blythe.
In terms of Radigan specifically, I feel like the DLC is where they're actually gonna make it more obvious. Because I know right now there's not really a consensus on that one.
Together for Lady Rani.
Yes, 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 yes. Alright, where's Blythe? Oh, and the other guy, I guess. You know, whatever. I don't...
I heard about you. Good to finally meet.
Mm-hmm.
Name's Blythe. Sworn sword to Mistress Rani. Glad to have you aboard. Well,
best character in the game. Probably.
Right business.
Yeah, I would say best character in the game.
Right now. The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of...
Maybe not. Maybe Alexander.
Go below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron from there. I'm going below to see if I...
Oh, he doesn't have anything more. We zoom over to you.
I see. You must be a
I see.
new hireling.
Man, I hate this bitch.
Yes, I've heard all about you. I am Celavis.
Celavis, that's your name.
Sorceress arts. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you. But since we have the misfortune of serving the same lady, I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you.
He's just...
I reside
he's
in
not
another
likable.
tower close by. Come and pay me a visit. Should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Rani.
See what I mean?
If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste my time on the likes of you. But who am I to stand against the wishes of my lady?
Yep, I hate him.
I reside.
Oh, that's it, that's
Should
it.
you-
Alright, I'll go see him. Just to, you know, progress. There's a wall there. West line. Oh, don't I have to go and rest at the Grace again after I speak to them? Is that how this worked? I remember there being some wonkiness with this. The fog wall around the rise after they all appear. Yep, they're gone. Okay. I wonder why they had to have you rest at the Grace again to get rid of it. It seems so weird to me, design-wise, because surely it has to be some limitation of how they've set up the game world. And I just can't imagine what they would have done to cause a limitation like that. Celavis. Let's get this over with. Don't want to talk to you longer than I need to. Hold on, I hear a beetle. Oh, it's just a flask one. Still gonna poke the shit out of it. There we go. I have no reason to poke it. I don't even use the FP flasks. He brought me over there and I wasn't gonna have my time wasted like that. Oh wow, Torrent can go in there. Hello.
Well, you took me at my word. Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze. I suppose you're here now.
I am here now.
Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nepheli to administer a potion.
A potion?
Even you can do that much, can't you?
He is such a bitch.
Good, good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question.
Thank you.
Find Nepheli and ensure she drinks it. I expect glad tidings, and soon.
I think there is something that you can steal from him, right? This will at least make me feel better. Pretty sure there's a chest or something up in his rise. Hello? There is. You know, a memory stone is actually not bad for the rot build. I'll take it. Oh shit. I probably survive that. I mean, I could survive it, but I'd rather not risk it. I'm gonna jump off onto this little ledge because I love that I never knew that this ledge existed on, hold on, where is it? Is it further over this way? On my first playthrough. I found out about this like when replaying on stream. Which is funny, because apparently it's like related to a side quest. Oh my god. There's something down here somewhere. I don't remember what it was that you get down here. But I remember needing it for like a replay, like a build that I wanted to do. You get something from dropping down this way. Hold on, what's up here? Is there anything up here? Oh, there is. Is that Z fighting? That is Z fighting. Anyway. Wait, maybe not. I don't think that is Z fighting. I think that's just a shader issue. Sorry. I got curious. Because I don't see like a second piece that's clipping through it necessarily, but it looks like a shader thing is just bugging out.
Oh,
It was you.
I,
Oh, carrying retaliation. Yes, that is what it was.
apologize for any offense given. I am Pidia,
Yeah.
servant to the Carrion royal family.
Welcome back,
I am
Porn.
charged with maintaining these ghastly dolls. Ah, your worship, allow me to be of use. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why
Storeroom.
not pick
I can't roll my
something
R's.
out before you go? But please, can you offer poor ill-starred Pythia a little something by way of compensation?
Of course, of course. What do you even do with the Celestial Dew again? I forget. These are just crafting. Okay. It's got a neat shield. I'm gonna buy that, honestly, because I might want that on my shield. I do have a shield that has parry on it, so it's just a better parry. I'm probably gonna do that. I could parry shield a little bit. I love playing with a parry shield. I have a blast when I do. Oh yeah, if you try to kill an NPC or just hit them 3 times on accident. Every damn time I travel here. Oh yeah, it's because it's hidden behind this tree. It's framed in such a way where if I'm in the middle of that pool, which I always am when I fast travel back here, I just don't see that. Yeah, that's right. That's also why I've never used it. Because it's actually hard to make an NPC hostile in this game. It's not really something you do by accident. See the trailer for the Gideon movie? I did. It's gonna be like the lead animator, I believe it's the lead animator at least. It's gonna be like his last film before he retires. I heard something like that. It was like the lead animator or the director or someone to that degree. It's like their last film before retiring. I think it's someone who has worked on like kind of all the big Ghibli movies. I haven't seen many of them. I actually have not seen many Ghibli movies. I'm trying to think. I know I've seen a couple. Was Spirited Away? That was Ghibli, right? Hold on. I'm looking for their films. Wow, they have a lot more than I thought. Oh, Princess Mononoke. I've seen that one. That was a good one. Yeah, Spirited Away. Are there any others that I've seen? I don't think so, actually. I think it's only those two. How I wish Nintendo would team up with them for a Zelda movie. That would be good. Mononoke was basically Zelda. It was a really good movie. That one I actually... I had to watch Princess Mononoke for one of my writing courses when I was in school. That's why I've seen it. Or no, was it? I don't know if it was one of my writing courses or if it was film theory. It was one or the other. It might have actually been for film theory, not a writing course. But it really could have been either. I don't remember. Not that it's really the biggest difference anyway. One of those. Who's in the jail? It's probably not the same as vanilla. Like half of them are mixed up from vanilla. Okay. I was ready for that. You didn't surprise me one bit. Jesus Christ. Come and get it. That's right. What even was that? What did you just try to do? Yeah, it's a little broken. I might be a little on the powerful side. Still. I wonder when the scaling is going to catch up to me here. Because I think there was something in Angel River that I need to go get. Not that I need to go get, but that I want to. Oh yeah, there's a weapon in Angel River that I do want to go and check out. I think that's it for up on this side. I could go and get the Grace down there. I might as well. Go get the Frost Witch shit. No reason not to, just because I know that it's there. It's like a single orb version of what Radon shoots at you. Oh, did it like bug out or something? It didn't really do anything. Maybe I just was not paying enough attention to it. It looked weird to me, but I just might have seen it weird. Yeah, that's good wording. Where's the entrance here? There we are. And then there's you. With the rune and all that. And then there's you with the staff. Oh, I interrupted it. That's why. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't remember exactly where you... Oh, is it there? Is that where you get into Angel River? I mean, I might as well go and check out most of what's along that pathway. Because I know that there's an Erd tree or two along the way as well. Hold on. Aristocrat headband? sorry, haven't seen that. I'm pretty sure that there is an Erdtree boss somewhere, like up this way. In Convergence, I vaguely remember there being one like down on this side. Dumb bitch. Right there, I thought so. So I fought it last time on the Frost Witch. Is there a boss in these ruins? Because if there is, I want whatever it's hiding. Most ruins have a boss fight. What the hell is that thing? Hello, dog. Oh, there's a travel. Alright. Oh, I want nothing to do with that. Shit. Alright. Off the horse. How good is Rotten Mist just against, like, the basic enemies here? Yeah, it's not worth it. Wait, it procced on both of you that fast? They just have, like, actual zero resistance to it, or what? It's only a talisman? It's... Hold on, I might as well find it. I've got a good talisman set up already, but there's a possibility that I could have a better one. I might as well give it a quick look. Shit. Bitch. Oh, come on. Over the head is bullshit. Ah, there you are. What is it? What can I get from it? Heirloom. I do not know what comes from the heirloom one. I'll have to look when I'm at Grace. Ooh. Oh, there's one outside too. Come get it. Yeah, that's right. Big pokey stick. Are you alive? You are not alive. I thought for a second he was starting to stand up. No, that's just ragdoll. Oh, you bitches. Come here. Hate these bitches so much. I'm at the point where I'm strong enough to challenge them and get my revenge. But man, do I hate you guys. Oh god. Okay, okay, yeah, this is why. Son of a... Now come here. Okay. That's fine. We just tank the damage. No need to learn the game if you can just tank the damage. What was that? Oh, what the hell? I could have sworn that I saw like an item pickup. Come here. Come and get it. Yup. Son of a bitch. No, don't you start! Okay, at least the last one hit him. Jesus. No. There we go. YouTube app doesn't want to cooperate with me sometimes. I am like a pincushion. I have pumped the old health bar because my damage is already ridiculous enough. So I might as well just become tanky enough early game to not have to put up with bullshit. The damage scaling is ridiculous. I was actually talking about, when you weren't here, Korn, I was talking about, Honestly, I don't know. Just based on like me being like level 50 right now. And like pretty much two-shotting the bosses in all these areas. These areas also being like Carrion Manor. The big magic night boss whose name I can never remember. I did this like, or not this, sorry. I did this like 3 times and he died. So like, I don't know with all of like the dual scaling stuff, if the universal damage buff is really a necessity. Where is this guy? I know he's up here somewhere. I definitely ran past him. Yeah, I passed him for sure. Where the hell was he? Is he further down there? Is he more up this way? I think it's this way, maybe? Oh, because I'm trying to think. The first time I found him, I'm pretty sure it was when I was going along to the bridge, right? Maybe not. The Magic Spirit Army? Okay. Hold on. Son of... Okay, yeah, I didn't want my horse anyway. I'm just getting abused. This is why we level vigor, everyone. This is why. Jesus Christ. These guys are insane because they just hit so many times. They don't really deal much damage, but God, they just keep smacking you over and over and over. Come here, bitches. Oh, wow, really? You have arrows in you? It's fine. I trained for this. Hello, Falls. Man, Liza P is close. I did one of those big pre-orders earlier. This week, not earlier today. I did it yesterday morning. Where I just sat down and opened up ye olde Steam and bit the bullet and spent like, how much was it? I don't remember the cost exactly. But Liza P was $70 for the early access. I'm actually really glad that they're giving like a good portion of early access for only $10 extra. Cause like Starfield early access, it was a lot of early access, so I was willing to drop the 30 for it, but like, man, $30 extra was a lot. Didn't contact them. Well, Liza P, I don't really want to. Because they're not indie, but they're small enough that I just want to buy it from them. As weird as that might be. Gonna use the gate to get to Ainsel. No, I just wanted to fight the guy. Genuinely. I'm not joking either. I just wanted to fight the guy. I'm pretty sure there's a little catacomb or something down here. I like that Convergence gives me a reason to actually like just kind of explore at random again. Because I don't need to. But there's enough good shit all over the place that I kind of want to explore everything again. Which is a nice change of pace for an Elden Ring replay at this point. I'm back to not knowing where everything is. Which does make it more enjoyable, because it's kind of, you know, it's made to be an exploration game. In terms of replaying Souls games, Elden Ring is really replayable because it's really big. And there's a lot of different ways that you could replay it. But, like, if we're just talking, like, straight front to back replay, it's like, I might as well just go replay, like, a Dark Souls or a Demon Souls. Because Elden Ring was made to be like a huge exploration thing where those are meant to be a little more guided. Like you kind of go down. You can branch in a lot of ways in those games, but you ultimately always end up doing the same thing. Just with minor differences. Where is this catacomb? It's got to be at the very end. I have to have just missed it. Yeah, I like that I have to explore again. Sorry, what I was saying a minute ago. I bit the bullet. I pre-ordered everything for the next week. So I got Liza P. That was 70. I got Mortal Kombat Standard Edition, which was also 70. And then I got Payday 3 Standard Edition, which was 40. So I bit the bullet on like $190 or so on pre-orders once the tax came through. I knew that I had to do it. It hurt me a little bit to do it, but c'est la vie. I love that I complain about how much it hurts to drop like $200 on new games, while I sit here fully knowing that those 3 games will make back the money that I spent on them. And especially because it's 3 games, it's like, even if one of them really hardcore flops on me, the chances that all 3 of them flop and I don't end up making the money back is so low, since it's 3 in one go like that. And even if that happened, Cyberpunk is like a week after Payday 3. Not even, it's like 6 days after. I just haven't bought that one yet. Cyberpunk is only 30 bucks. Can I kill? I should have just gone with it. I was gonna try to do something funny where I killed him and then jump back on really quickly, but it didn't work out. He hit stunned me. It would have been funny if it worked. Oh, hold on, let me get a level real quick, actually, since there's a grace right here, and I think I can afford it. I didn't realize how many runes I was running around with. Yeah, I can afford it. If I can get Vigor to 40, I can leave it at 40 for a really long time without needing to touch it. So I want to put like the next 4 levels into it and then just not touch it for a really long time. Like until endgame, when I need to bring it up to like 50 or whatever. Cyberpunk is only going to be 30 bucks. I keep thinking that's going to be like another big expense, but that's actually going to be the cheapest one. Because it's just an expansion. I bought the game back in 2020. So that one won't really hurt that bad. That's a pretty easy investment to make. Isn't it? Yeah, it is just an expansion, but it's a really big one. Like, it's like a full story expansion. But then also, it's like a story expansion that it plays alongside it plays alongside the main story. So like I'm gonna be playing the whole game again with all the new content in it, because they've also like overhauled the whole base game along with the expansion when it comes out. So they've added like some new core systems where like they have like cyber psychosis actually worked into the gameplay now, rather than just being like a lore thing. So like if you add too much, if you add too many like enhancements to yourself that your body can't handle, they'll start to like freak out and you'll like lose your proper control over your character. Your body will start to push back and not be able to handle it, which is really, it's just stuff like that that they're adding, and there's a bunch of stuff like that that they're adding to like the entire game with the expansion coming out. So it's gonna be worth a replay. I also haven't replayed it since it came out. So when I played the game at launch, it was a little buggy. Just a little bit. So, you know, them having like 3 years of bug fixes will also just honestly make that game play a lot smoother than it did when I played it. I liked it when I played it. It was just a mess. It was one of those games that I was like, you got a good thing here. It's just, it shouldn't have released the way it did. I'm shocked that I didn't have to say that about Starfield. Because, you know, it's a Bethesda launch. And especially after, like, how 76 came out, I was really bracing for the worst possible release with Starfield. But it actually is a really not buggy game. Shockingly. I mean, there were those reports saying that, like, for the last few months of development, apparently like 100% of Microsoft's QA staff was working on testing Starfield. Someone said Starfield played just like 76. Whoever that someone is, they're either delusional or disingenuous, one or the other, because that's just not true. 76 barely functioned when it came out. You also have a new PC? No, I'm not even talking like performance. I'm talking like 76 when it came out had bugs where you couldn't even damage the enemies. And it was a common bug. It was like 80% of players had that bug at launch. Starfield had like, you couldn't even log on to the game to play it. Or sorry, not Starfield, 76. Had like, you couldn't even log on to the game to play it like half the time for like the whole first 2 weeks of launch. Their stream is entirely Fallout based. Then I would have to say disingenuous, because they're crazy for that. Like, even if they're talking performance, the performance isn't bad. It could be better. I've seen a lot of performance breakdowns for it. It could be better, but it's not bad. I don't think they're talking about launch. What, the gameplay? Even that would be crazy. Could mean gameplay-wise? No. 76 was, I mean, in terms of core gameplay, maybe. Like, I would say it plays like Fallout 4 more than anything in terms of core gameplay. But it's like Fallout 4 if the systems in Fallout 4 weren't shit. Like, in core gameplay, it is like Fallout 4. But the systems in Starfield are actually good. Like, the skill tree is actually good. The story was like Fallout 4, which she was upset about. I haven't even, like, played the main quest. To be honest, I don't think I've completed any main quest in a Bethesda game outside of Morrowind. I think that's actually the only one I've ever completed. I know I've never completed the Skyrim one. I know, I mean, I barely even played Fallout 4. Fallout 3 I didn't. Fallout New Vegas I didn't. Oblivion I definitely didn't. Yeah, I've genuinely only ever finished the main quest of Morrowind in any Bethesda game. Because, like, I know that some people beeline the main quest, but I don't like beelining the main quests, where it's just like, oh, when you start the game, get through the main story as fast as possible, and then you can go do all the fun stuff. Because that is generally why people say it. They're like, yeah, the main quest is the worst part, so just get it out of the way. I'm like, no, bitch, I want to do all the cool shit. What do you mean do the worst part for like the first 10 hours and then move on and do the fun stuff? I don't want to do that. The special edition where you didn't die? The what? The special edition where you didn't die? They thought I was a liar. There was a version of Fallout 3 where you didn't die? because that's news to me. Oh, the ending of the game. Yeah. I remember this now. Like, one of the DLCs added a thing, like an ending to the game where you actually don't die. Yeah, I remember that now. Again, I never actually played the main quest, so I know of this from hearing about it, not from having played it. It's like a lot of people nowadays, when they play Mass Effect, the ending of Mass Effect 3 doesn't piss people off anymore. Because with the DLC of Mass Effect 3, they ended up adding, like, it ended up being an extended cut of the game. Because, and I mean, like, spoilers for a decade-old game, which it is, the Mass Effect trilogy is one of the best stories ever in games, so if you haven't played it and you like stories in games, then you might not want me to spoil this. It's not gonna be a massive spoiler, but it's like, it's a spoiler. At the end of Mass Effect 3 when it came out, which I played it when it came out, I was a huge Mass Effect fan when I was a kid. And I played Mass Effect 3 at launch. I was so hyped for that game, and I got to the end of it. And the culmination of, like, 3 full RPGs worth of storytelling and, like, your choices changing the way that the game plays out. And, like, you know, your endings and just the whole thing. At the end of, like, 100+ hours of that journey, Mass Effect 3 at launch ended with an explosion and then immediate cut to black. And I'm not, like, that was the ending of the game. No matter what story path you were going down, no matter what decisions you had made throughout the entire trilogy, no matter what, your game would end with an explosion and a cut to black immediately. And it was just presumed that you died in the explosion, no matter what. So at launch of Mass Effect 3, the ending as it released was actually just, you die no matter what. And you die the exact same way, no matter what. They ended up with multiplayer DLCs, adding in extended versions where there was, like, some stuff after the explosion to give more proper endings where, like, your actions would actually matter. I just hope I can fall down this and not die, because this is all I've got. Oh, I didn't even take damage? Taking like 50 years to tell me the spoiler. It's important. It's important context, okay? Because it is, like, you play for that long and you make so many decisions. Like, when people talk about their journeys through Mass Effect, they are normally very, very different journeys. Because the save files carry across the whole trilogy. Like, what you did in Mass Effect 1 will change how things play out in Mass Effect 3. Because all 3 of them are connected in that way. And so you get to the ending of Mass Effect 3 at launch, where nothing changed no matter what you did across all the games. It was and just the ending being shit anyway, like, even outside of the fact that nothing changed based on what you did, like, the ending just being bad to begin with was insane. It was a big situation for BioWare back in the day. And then they tried to fix it by, like, releasing the extended endings, like, along with the multiplayer DLCs. But then it's like, you're only alienating the core audience more when you're saying, like, if you want actual good endings to, like, the culmination of 3 games of storytelling, then you have to buy the DLC for the multiplayer of this game, and you'll get new ending content, like, as a bonus with it. It was a really bad situation back with, like, launch Mass Effect 3. if you buy the Legendary Edition now, like the version that just comes with all 3 of the games together for $60, if you buy that nowadays, it comes with all the DLC. So it comes with the extended cut of Mass Effect 3. So it's not a problem for people like getting into the games now. But back then, like I was talking about Mass Effect 3's ending last week, and pretty much all I said was, oh, remember how bad that was? And people in chat were like, oh yeah, I remember. And I got a comment on the VOD from someone being like, I played Mass Effect like a year ago for the first time, and I loved the ending of Mass Effect 3. What do you mean? What's your gripe with it? And I was just like, oh man. Like, I'm glad at least that now, if you go play the trilogy, you don't have that experience. But playing it back in, like, what was it, 2013? Was that when Mass Effect 3 came out? Something like that. God, it was so bad. That ending was horrendous. Would it make me cry? Yes. I also, I mean, not even just with you, False, you're all like, no space, so maybe, I don't know, but I generally tell people that they should play Mass Effect, especially because Legendary Edition is such a steal. You get the whole trilogy with like some visual touch-ups and stuff. Plus all like the expansions and all that for them for $60, standard price. If you wait for sale, it's like $30 for all that content. And in my mind, and I've said this before, and I probably will say it for years still, unless something crazy happens, Mass Effect 2, specifically, is the best RPG I have ever played. Just, period. That is the whole statement. I've played a lot of RPGs. I really, really like RPGs. That's the best one. For me, at least. That is easily my favorite. And then it's Morrowind. Morrowind would be number 2. Beating kitties with your stick is wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a dog. That doesn't make it better. As soon as I said it, that doesn't make it better. I did not mean to drink that. What would be my 3rd favorite RPG? I have to think now. Now that because like I know Mass Effect 2 is my favorite. And then Morrowind's definitely right behind it. It might be Dark Souls. Just Souls 1 might be my 3rd favorite RPG ever. I wish that I could play Dark Souls 1 for the first time again. Because holy shit, the first time experience with Dark Souls 1 is so incredible. And I will never get that back. Well, maybe when I'm really old. Maybe when I'm really old, I could develop memory problems and be able to play games for the first time again. I didn't shed a tear. I didn't hear that it was a sad movie. Is it a movie that people cry during? I have given you games that you would cry while playing, False. Mass Effect 2 and 3, you would cry. Actually, there is a very noteworthy part of Mass Effect 1, like one specific moment in that story where you would definitely cry. Red Dead, you would cry so much during Red Dead. Red Dead is probably the saddest game I've ever played in my life. And I had to play, what's it called? Is it Depression Quest? I think it's called, for school. Is that right? Yeah, it is called Depression Quest. I had to play that for school. And Red Dead still beats it. I was still way more sad after finishing Red Dead than Depression Quest. I'd never played Depression Quest before I went to uni, actually. That was, I had heard about it for years. I had never played it. And then one of my professors, like, actually required us to play it. It was like a weekend assignment, was just to have played Depression Quests and done like a write-up about it by Monday. And it was very, very sad. But Red Dead 2 is probably the saddest game I've ever played. It's a long-ass game. It's so worth it. The fact that it's that long, it's one of the few games where that length actually makes it better. And keep in mind that that's not me bullshitting, because I'm the guy who sits here and complains about games being too long all the damn time. Red Dead 2 is like actually a game that is better because of its length. It actually, like, it doesn't waste your time. That's normally the problem with games that are really long, is that they waste your time. Red Dead does not. I haven't gotten far in Baldur's Gate 3. Play it for stream. You can make time for it. You know how I make time for games? I turn it into work so that it's productive. Long series don't do well. I think it will work. False, do you know how I transitioned from Twitch to YouTube? How much do you know about this? I'm sure you've heard me talk about it before. But do you actually know much at all about that transition and how it went for me? Because TLDR, if you don't know, when I transitioned from Twitch to YouTube, I genuinely brought 3 Twitch people with me. I lost like every Twitch viewer. I brought 3 of them with me. I started on YouTube with a 3 subscriber channel when I made the move at the beginning of last year. I played Red Dead as my first stream game, and I went from 3 to like a little under 500 purely playing Red Dead. Like I played that from beginning to end, no other games mixed in. Red Dead like kickstarted the YouTube channel. I currently have lower average viewership than I did at the end of my Red Dead playthrough. You also stream every day and for 4 hours. Back then, I streamed every day, but for 2 hours. Because I was in school. I did still stream every day then, but it was only for 2 hours a day. It would take me years. I'm telling you, it's probably worth it. Especially, just wait for sale. Wait for sale. It doesn't even have to be like a really big investment. Wait for it to go like half off or more. It's an old game, so there's no reason to buy it at full price. I love that I say old game because it's 5 years old. I just mean it's not a new game. In my mind, the only reason to buy a game at full price is if it's new. Bought it on PS4. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's Rockstar? What do you mean it's Rockstar? Oh, GTA is still 60? No, GTA goes on sale for really cheap. You just have to wait for the sale. Like, there will be at least 2 sales of Red Dead between now and the end of the year. And I would bet money on it. If you're down, I would put money on it. There will be at least 2 sales of Red Dead 2, at least half off by the end of the year. I would put money on that. Because I know that that's true. You know how I know that that's true? because I own Red Dead 2 on the Rockstar launcher because I bought it when it first came to PC in like, what was it, 2019? I don't remember. But I bought it during its exclusivity period where they only sold it on Rockstar for like the first year of it being on PC. So it pops up in my Steam recommended all the time whenever there's a sale because I don't own it on Steam. So I see Red Dead go on sale for like half off all the time. When you said it's Rockstar, I thought this was going to be like an ethical consumption thing. And I was like, is there something about Rockstar I don't know? Outside of the definitive edition. Outside of that situation, I got no beef with Rockstar that I know of. I have no morals. I have morals, but in the words of a certain crab, oh shit. I like money. Oh, wait, I fell. I was gonna tweet about this yesterday. I forgot to. I forget Twitter exists most of the time. But yesterday, someone called me a games journalist, and not even in a bad way. Like, in a positive way. And that was such a strange thing for me. I've never had anyone call me a journalist before. But yesterday, someone in chat, randomly, I saw it fly by. I don't know if I brought attention to it. But someone referred to me as a games journalist, like, in a positive way. Only bad games journalists? That is so not false. No, there are so many. You forget Polygon, you forget Kotaku, you forget... I could think of more. Those are just the ones that come to, like, mind straight away. Dean Takahashi is freelance. He bounces around, and Dean Takahashi specifically has to be one of the worst that I've seen, at the very least. Trying to think. I'm gonna jog my memory. I mean, maybe Destructoid, but they don't... I don't know if I would really call them... At least they don't call themselves games journalists. Yeah, I don't know. That one's kind of a weird one. I tried to jog my memory, but all that came up was like Kotaku and Polygon. IGN isn't even that bad. IGN is like the casual gamers outlet, right? Like if you're really invested in the industry, then IGN seems like it's like a joke of a journalism organization, company, outlet. Seems like a joke of an outlet. But they're not trying to appeal to us. Like, they are very much geared towards the 90% of gamers, if not more, who, like, play games from time to time on the weekend. You know, while down in a couple beers on, like, a Saturday night. Like, that's their demographic. Because that's at least, like, 90% of gaming's demographic is, like, in that category where they maybe play, like, 2 to 4 hours of games a week. That's like 90% of people who play games. And IGN appeals to those people. Not to us people. I love this place. It's one of my favorite places in Elden Ring. Do I even have the thing? does not look... Isn't it like an hourglass? Hold on. I should have checked. I always forget when I get here how this place works. Do I have the key? I do not seem to have the key. I don't remember where you get it. Is it Carrion Manor somewhere? I think it is. I don't remember where the key is to get like the full tower opened up here. I wish I remembered. I'm not gonna be able to remember it off the top of my head. It's not changed in Convergence, so I could search it. That is an option. Is there anything tucked back here? No? Oh, that was above me. I thought that was like in that little corner. Whoa, there he is. There's the bitch. Ow. Come here. That's what I thought. Run away. But you have the rot. Nothing to be done about that. You're just gonna have to tank it. Shit. The heavy is one-shotting. The only thing that I will criticize IGN for, generally, is their review scores are pretty bad. Because they will give like 7 out of 10 to so many of like the best games of like even a whole console generation. But then like, and no offense to the Breath of the Wild fans, but like they'll give Breath of the Wild like a 10 out of 10. Like they'll say that Breath of the Wild is like the perfect game, but then I'm trying to think of like a good example of something that they probably underscored in recent years as well. I remember they gave Black Ops 3, Call of Duty Black Ops 3, a 9. I will never forget that. I will never forget that. They gave Call of Duty Black Ops 3 a 9 out of 10. Keep in mind, that includes the campaign, the multiplayer, and the zombies all up. They gave it a goddamn 9 out of 10. Which, if you know Black Ops 3, especially the campaign, 9 out of 10 is batshit crazy. That is obscenely high for that game. If it was just the zombies, it's a 10 out of 10. But actually, it's a 9 out of 10. It's a 9 out of 10 just for zombies. Okay? Just for zombies. BO2 Game of the Year every year. I learned the word gringo from them when I was a child. BO2's campaign isn't bad. BO2 does everything well. I'm looking up the worst IGN ratings of all time. I didn't even know this one. Oh my god, I didn't know this one. Literally, okay, I'm gonna come back to that. Oh, they've got like honorable mentions. Oh my god, some of these honorable mentions are insane too. Alright, let's do the top 20. It's a top 10 list, and I saw some of the top 10 while I scrolled through, and oh my god. They gave The Last of Us 2 a 10 out of 10. They gave Call of Duty Ghosts an 8.8, which is also, if you know Call of Duty at all, this is one of the worst Call of Duty games of all time. Even if you don't know Call of Duty, you've probably heard that this game is shit. Because it is. They gave GTA 4 a 10, but like... Oh, okay, so people are saying because of how they scored other games, that's what makes this score bad. Because they gave San Andreas a 9.6, but they gave this one a 10. Yeah, that's fair, because San Andreas is significantly better. Someone thinks that this is GTA 5, apparently. Yeah, Breath of the Wild, they gave a 10. Any game that you... In my mind, a 10 out of 10 does not exist. At least not yet. In my mind, any 10 out of 10 is a crazy score. I don't even know what Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is. They gave Minecraft a 9. Which is like, okay, whatever. I'm not even gonna get into Minecraft. Infinite Warfare is 7.7. This is another one where even if you don't know COD, you probably know that this game isn't that good. Evolve? They gave... No! No. They gave Evolve a... I need to scroll down just because of the next one. I need to focus on this right now. They gave Evolve a 9.0? If you were in the gaming space... This game got shut down years ago. It flopped so hard. It got shut down like 2 years in or something. This game sucked. This game was amazing for like the first hour you played it. It's a multiplayer only game. It's the one where one player is a big monster and then there's a squad of 4 players that need to hunt them down. It's so... This game was great for like the first 2 matches you played, and then there was nothing more to do. Like, that was the entire thing. And a 9 is insane. Like, it might be a 9 for those first 2 matches, and then that's it. Fortnite Battle Royale, they gave a 9.6. To be fair to IGN, I would never review a multiplayer-only game because I feel like it's impossible. Because when it comes to multiplayer games, it is purely subjective. There is really no objectivity in a multiplayer game. So honestly, to give them what little credit I can, it's really hard to score a multiplayer game, but 9.6 is insane. I don't know the Pokemon shit. There's only like 3 voice actors in the game. Yeah, all the old Bethesda stuff. They gave Undertale a 10. Haven't played it yet, but it's a 10, so it's wild. I forgot about this. I knew that they did this, but I forgot about it until just now. They gave Halo 4 a 9.8. If you don't know Halo, Halo 4 is probably, if we're talking like general fan reception, this is probably like the second worst. People do not like Halo 4. It's not even like it's near the low end of like a list of great games. It's like this is just considered a bad game by Halo fans. I think Halo 4 is solid. I don't think I would give any Halo game a score that high, though. Even, like, the best of the bunch. Street Fighter 5 and 8. What makes this crazy is that would have been at launch. So, like, if you know, you know. With the Street Fighter 5 situation. They gave Andromeda a 7.7, enough said. Battlefront an 8 is kind of weird, but again, multiplayer... Ugh. They gave Doom 2016 a 7.1. This is one of the best shooters ever made. One of the absolute best of all time. And they gave it a 7. You could counterpoint me right here and say that I gave Breath of the Wild a 7, but I won't hear it because Breath of the Wild is a 7. Battlefield Hardline. I've been a Battlefield fan for more than half of my life. Battlefield Hardline getting an 8 is crazy because the multiplayer and the single player is bad in Battlefield Hardline. There it is. They gave Black Ops 3 a 9.2. And this was what I gasped at when I opened the list because it's up at the very top. Giving Alien Isolation a 5.9 should be a goddamn crime. Like, this is insane. Oh, hold on. What's, like, the aggregate score for... I think Alien Isolation is generally very underrated. They changed the way that Metacritic looks a lot. Hold on. I'm on such a tangent right now. You see, a 7.9, I would honestly say this is a more fair score for Alien Isolation. And that's only because the alien itself kills the pace of this game. But that's it. Even then, the alien itself is only present for maybe like 20% of the game. If we're talking like total playtime. Most of this game, the alien is kind of like a threat in the background rather than a monster that's chasing you sort of thing. So for that being the main problem, I would honestly say something between these two. And lockers. Oh, all I know is people hid in vents and lockers. Yeah, the alien you couldn't fight. So anytime the alien appeared, the game turned into hide and seek, which is, for me, horror games where you need to hide from the monster are so boring. Like, I cannot stomach that kind of game. But for Alien Isolation, it's like a fifth of the game, and then the rest of the game is a really, really great game. It's one of the best horror games I've ever played. If we're talking straight up horror, it might actually be my favorite horror game ever, in all honesty. Like Evil Within, it's not the main part. It was fun till the creatures got guns. It's the same thing with RE5 in the last chapter. When they start carrying, like, AKs and it turns into a cover shooter. I don't know why that's a thing that happened in multiple, like, action horror games. Well, not Alien. Evil Within I would actually call survival horror for most of it, but it leans towards, like, action horror. Isn't it so fun that survival horror is such a, like, abstract genre that I can sit here and I can't even really say some of the time whether a game is or isn't survival horror? Like, most Resident Evil games, yes. Other than like 4, 5, 6, Revelations, and Village. Those are all action horror. But like, if we're talking 1, 2, 3, they're remakes. If we're talking like RE7, we're talking RE0, like that's survival horror. If we're talking like Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, that's survival horror. We're talking hit indie game Alyssa, that's survival horror. When are you playing 6? I don't know. For stream? I don't know. I mentioned on the Armored Core stream a few days ago, like 3 days ago or whatever. Or was it 4? I don't even know. I mentioned, we were talking about like potential review series after Armored Core, even though I've still got like 2 months of Armored Core videos. I'm already trying to plan how I'm gonna land the rollout of that fall. Because it will be a fall. So I'm trying to minimize how much I hurt my legs on that one. And just be very open with the process of transitioning. And have as many people on board as I can. But I was talking about potential review series in the Armored Core stream the other day, and a ton of the new guys to the channel from the Armored Core videos are apparently really big Resident Evil fans. Like, I mentioned Resident Evil, and almost every new person in that chat was, like, really excited by the idea of that series, but done for Resident Evil. Which, I could play Resident Evil and talk about it and have that consume my life for months at a time, easily. I would have no problem with that. I'm trying to remember what other games people were really... Hold on, I gotta open the list on my phone. There were a couple others that people really liked the idea of. Oh, Metal Gear. People really liked the idea of me doing it for Metal Gear because I haven't played most of those games. Not The Fall. Jealous of the genre you found and you're enjoying it, but not The Fall or the game itself. The game itself is actually really fun. I would not still be doing it if I did not like Armored Core. I do like Armored Core, like very genuinely. I did not like Ninebreaker. That game sucked, but I do like Armored Core a good bit. That's a really fun series of games. They're great game-ass games. I've started just really overusing the term game-ass game, but it's like, it's perfect. When a game just wants to be a fun game, and that's like all it really aspires to be, that is a game-ass game, and that's my kind of game. Like, you know, if you give me a great story, like Red Dead or Cyberpunk, on top of having a really fun game, like in those cases, then I'm thrilled. But that's a bonus. That is not the main thing. Devil May Cry. People were actually pretty receptive to DMC as an option as well. I would say those were probably the three that people were most receptive to when I was reading through the list. Metal Gear actually wasn't even my idea. Someone in chat said it, and then like a bunch of other people in chat were like, oh, that would be great. So that one's even better, because I didn't even come up with that one. Or DMC, actually. I didn't have DMC on the list until someone in chat said it, either. But then it's like, if Resi did well, Silent Hill would be a really easy follow-up. Oh, people were pretty receptive to Soulsborne, too. I'm gonna run a poll. I'm not just generally going off of, like, what 20 or so people said that one time that it came up. I'm gonna get big numbers on it, hopefully. So I think I'm gonna run the poll across, like, 4 videos, probably. Because I'm thinking, like... Hold on. I'm on video number 10 right now of 16. I'll probably run the poll on videos like 12 through 15. Yeah. I can't run it on 16 because the way that my workflow works, or like the production timeline with those videos is, like the same day that I finish one video, I start work on the next one. So I have to already know what I'm going to do by the time that I finish the AC6 video. But I'll probably run the poll on the other 4 videos before that one. And gather all the data from those 4. And I should be able to get pretty solid data from that. Because, let's say, like, the way the videos are right now, the last, like, 3, or no, the last 2, sorry, have gotten, like, 5K on day 1. So if I could get, like, 2% of people from each of those videos to vote, even just on day 1, that's how many people. I do not want to do this math. That's... How many people is that? Somewhere in the ballpark of, like, 200 to 300 votes? Where's my calculator? No, that's not is that right? Hold on. Wait. It's not right. I was not... 4 videos. If I... Across those videos, assuming they don't grow from currently at all, but they also don't shrink at all, bold assumption, that is like, I could get like 400 votes. And I think that's a pretty fair assumption. And that would be a very good collection of data. Especially considering I'm not doing pick one that you like. I'm doing, here's the entire list of possibilities. Check all that you would like. So that should be plenty for me to figure out how to roll out of that. I've also made it very clear that I am not the mech guy. I have said that for like the last like 10 pieces of Armored Core content across the videos and the streams. I have specifically been like, this is not a mech channel. This is a singular series that mech fans will enjoy. This is not a mech channel. To be fair, that misconception never seemed to appear. Like, no one ever outright said something like that, but I've tried to get ahead of that one on the expectations. Todd Howard or Santa Claus? Well, Todd Howard, it's kind of hard. I would say Todd Howard. But Todd Howard isn't real and Santa Claus is. So it's kind of I don't know. Like Todd Howard is like a mythological figure. Whereas Santa, like I could go meet Santa if I was rich enough. Maybe I might still say Todd Howard. Despite that. You son of a bitch. Where's he gonna appear? Is he gone? Can't be gone. But also to inject optimism into the Armored Core thing, because I feel like I talked about that in a way that makes it sound fairly bleak. Even if I only manage to maintain a very small portion of that viewership that's more generally interested in gaming as a whole, I have learned things from that series, and doing that series for another franchise will be, having learned what I have learned already through the first, like, 9 videos, and I'm sure I'll continue to learn for the next 7, I'll be able to apply that in a very real way, especially because I'm doing the same thing just for another series of games that I haven't decided on yet afterwards. So I'll probably be able to repeat at least some degree of the success of the Armored Core videos. The optimist in me says I can take some of that new core audience and go bigger with videos that that new audience is also interested in, scale it to a whole new audience, and whatever I do next will be better than the Armored Core series has been. But I'm not that much of an optimist. So I'm not saying that. Son of a bitch. Why are you even here? That's the wrong flask. You're not supposed to be here. Did you get any special training to be a streamer? I did not. What do you mean by special training as well? Just classes? Streamer, no. YouTuber, like video maker, I guess, better term than just YouTuber. Videos wise, I've gotten some pointers from someone who is one of the core reasons I even started doing content in the first place, was from watching his stuff. And he's been very shockingly generous in replying to me when I have questions that I bring to him, which is not common. But he has, he's offered some guidance that has been very helpful when it comes to videos. And it's some stuff that has definitely contributed to my videos doing so much better this year than they ever have before. Like, not even like comparable in terms of success videos wise from like last year to this year. The difference is night and day, to even put it lightly. That doesn't even do it justice. Oh god. Oh, and one very last thing with the armored core thing, by the way. There is still another phase of the transition plan that has not even been set in motion. That I think will be another key part of landing that transition smoothly. Well, as smoothly as is possible. I don't think the transition will be smooth. I'm trying to smooth it out as much as I can. But there's one last phase of that plan that I'll probably start in, like... I could start it next week. I don't know if I'll start it next week just because of how many games there are, though. What if I got ahead and just did it this week? Eh, whatever. It'll happen at some point. I was curious. Looks like you know what you're doing. Streaming-wise, I really don't. I would say, of the 3 content formats, like between like standard videos, streams, and shorts, I think I'm the worst at streaming. And I think I know the least about streaming. I would strongly say that both of those statements are the case. The way that I look at it right now, I think I'm like... I pass at streaming at this point. I think I could do better with streaming if I took a different business approach. But I really don't want to play games that I don't want to play. Yeah. But I think streaming is the worst of my skill sets creation-wise at this point. And I think shorts, I'm pretty good at shorts. I would say I feel good about shorts. Honestly, I'm the most confident at this point in my long form content. Mostly the things that carry my long form content right now. You mean taking your shirt off or something? No, I mean playing different games. And like maybe even like, you know, niching down to only play like one, not one game, but or even one series of game, but like one genre of games, like niching down in that sense. Where you've got people like Shroud, if you think of streamers, like Shroud is an FPS guy. There's not one game that Shroud exclusively plays, or series of games, but when you think of Shroud, you think of first-person shooters. Or like Co-Carnage, when you think of Co-Carnage, you think of RPGs. That sort of thing. I could do that, but I don't really want to do that. Because I really enjoy, for the most part, like pretty much every genre of games that there is, to some degree or another. Like even the one that I most notoriously dislike, the JRPG. There are some JRPGs that I've enjoyed. I haven't played Chrono Trigger, but I'm sure that I will enjoy it whenever I get down to it. But like when we played Final Fantasy on stream, I liked Final Fantasy. But there's really not a genre of games that okay. There's not a genre of games that I dislike outside of like, color poppers, like, you know, the 3 colors pop, that sort of thing. I know that there's a specific term for that genre, but I can't think of it right now for some reason. Those are boring as shit. MMOs, I actually just don't like MMOs other than RuneScape. RuneScape is gas. I have never played a single other MMO that I have enjoyed in my life. I don't know why. RuneScape is the one, but RuneScape is so damn good. Such a genuinely fun game. I don't know why RuneScape has the grip on me that it does, but it really does. Like, the grip on me, by that I mean that, like, every few months, I just randomly am like, I need to play some RuneScape. Like, I just need to get it out of my system. And that's been a thing for me, literally, like, my entire life. Like, as long as I can really remember it. Because I started playing RuneScape in, like, 2007. So I was, like, 5 when I first played RuneScape. So, like, for longer than I can remember, I've just gone back and played RuneScape a little bit every few months. I don't know why it has such a death grip on me. There's not no other game like that for me. Cause like Halo CE is like that for me. I play Halo CE from front to back like twice a year, to be fair. Granted, front to back for that game, once you've played it, is only like 5 hours. So it's kind of whatever saying that, but I do replay Halo CE like twice a year at this point. It used to be like once a year, but now it's like once in the first 6 months and once in the second 6 months of every year, I will replay Halo CE. I think I've played Halo CE for stream. I'm trying to think. Entire playthrough front to back, I know that I've played it like 3 times on YouTube. And I know I played it at least once front to back on Twitch. So I've streamed Halo CE from beginning to end like 4 times. Not including streaming through it on False's channel. That would be a 5th time. That wasn't on my channel, to be fair, but that was a time that I played it front to back on stream. What genre is Ride to Hell? It was a third-person action game. I'll go with that. I'll say action game, because that's broad enough that I can't really be wrong. Yeah, it's broad enough that I can't really be wrong. It's like the horror genre at this point is so broad. Because, like, when you say a horror game, you could mean, like, Resident Evil. Like, you could mean, or Silent Hill. Like, you could mean survival horror, because it's under that umbrella. You could mean, like, Outlast, hide and seek, peekaboo bullshit. You could mean something like Stalker, or, I'll just go with Stalker, where it's like, Stalker is an FPS game that is it's a horror game, but it is a shooter. Or Fear. Fear is another great example. That's an FPS game that's a horror game, but it's also an it's an FPS in gameplay, but it's a horror game in like story and setting and theme and presentation. Like that's like Stalker and Fear. Both great games, by the way. If you've never played either of those, you should play at least one or the other. They're both fantastic. The first Fear is so good. The second and third one are like, I don't care about those. But the first Fear is really good. It was awesome. I need to play that again. I haven't played that one in years. It's one of those games that I think the last time I replayed it would have been like 2020. And I remember replaying it then. I had just moved to Florida when I replayed it, so it was like late 2020. Every time I replay Fear, I'm kind of just like, damn. Like, this is just one of those games that doesn't seem to age. Like, every time I play this, it feels so good to play. And yet, it's like, what? It's like a 2004 game or something like that? Something around that timeline. But every time I play Fear, it feels great. It actually looks really good for that year too. It's like The Evil Within, kind of like The Evil Within. The Evil Within 1 is very action heavy. The Evil Within 2, I would say, is more survival horror. If it's not just survival horror, it's very close. At least the second one. The first one I would say is more action horror. So like RE6, that's a third-person shooter. That like it's a horror game, but like it's just a third-person shooter if you're talking the actual like gameplay. RE5 as well. And 4, I said it. I said it. People really disagree with me when I say that about 4, but I know that if no one else has got my back, Avalanche Reviews has got my back. He responds to me on Twitter a lot. I don't know why he responds to me, but he does. Which just tells me that he's probably a pretty solid dude. I've been watching his shit for so long, man. He's one of the only YouTubers who's like, if he uploads, I watch. I do not have many YouTubers like that, if at all. Okay, I say if at all, but like he's on the very short list of YouTubers that, like, if Avalanche Reviews uploads a video, I don't give a shit what game he's talking about. I am watching it. He just started, his most recent video was Alan Wake, and he's gonna be doing all the Remedy games after Max Payne 2. He's doing a series that he's calling like Remedy after Max Payne. So it's gonna be like Alan Wake, what else is there? Quantum Break and Control, I think. And then Alan Wake 2 when that comes out. Although he really takes his time and he goes so in depth with stuff and his videos are so long, he'll probably be fairly late to the Alan Wake 2 party, but I'll still watch it when he gets to it. He'll be like how I am with Armored Core 6 right now. That's like the perfect way to put it. Where it's like, I'm sure he'll play it right when it comes out. And he's not gonna miss the release, but his video is gonna be late because he's still working to that point. Like exactly how I am with Armored Core, where I'm gonna be like a couple months late on Armored Core 6. Exactly that. His Alan Wake video was really good too. Yeah, it always surprises me because I always just send out like a joke reply to something that he says if I catch it and I can think of something clever. And he always responds to me. And it's nice. He seems like a genuinely chill dude in that sense. Where like, he doesn't know that I have a channel. He has no idea that I'm a creator. He has no reason to know that I'm a creator. But he's still, like, thinking that I'm just a completely random person who just enjoys his content. He takes the time to respond to me on Twitter. So that tells me he's probably a pretty good dude. I love the first Alan Wake. I love most of Remedy's stuff. I haven't played Control yet. I've never finished Quantum Break. I played about halfway through Quantum Break back when it came out. And I didn't like the TV show being a mandatory thing to watch. I think that they patched it so that you no longer are forced to watch the TV episodes before continuing the game. But even then, like, the story won't quite work in Quantum Break if you don't do it that way. So you still kind of have to do it that way. If you're not familiar with Quantum Break, the whole gimmick with that game was that you would play like an hour or so of the game, like a chapter of it, as your main character, and you would play the game like normal. But then, at the end of every chapter, instead of going to the next chapter, you would instead have to watch like a full-length, like 40-minute TV episode that they made a whole TV show specifically that went into the game. Like, you couldn't stream it outside of playing the game. I'm sure on YouTube or whatever you probably could, but like, you know what I mean. Like, it wasn't like a Netflix series or something. Like, they just genuinely made a whole TV show that was included in the game. But after every chapter, you'd have to watch, like, a full-length TV episode that would be based around, like, the enemy faction's side of the story. And yeah, you'd have to watch that whole episode before you could keep playing the game. So it's a really cool idea, but what ends up happening is you sit down to play the game. Thank you, Isaiah, for the sub, by the way. You sit down to play the game, and you're getting it, and, you know, it's like you're playing 45-minute to hour-long sessions. So by the time that you're kind of just really getting into the groove and, like, really getting immersed, you'd get taken out, and you would have to stop playing the game for, like, 45 minutes to an hour to watch a TV episode. And I, like, after a few times of doing that cycle, I just dropped the game. Like, I wanted to play the game, but I couldn't just play the game. And it frustrated me, and I stopped playing. I'm sure, like I said, now, I think I heard that they patched it out, where you no longer, like, I don't think it's mandatory to watch the episodes anymore. But you'd be missing, like, half of the story that you're intended to have if you skipped them. So, I just don't know if the game would even, like, land the same way if you did skip them. It's a great idea in theory, but when you're actually playing the game, it's kind of frustrating. Which is unfortunate, because I was pretty hyped up about the idea. I thought it was really cool. Because that game came out when I was, like, 14. So I was like, yeah, this seems sweet. Like, a game with a whole TV show? Because that was a pretty... 7 years ago... TV shows, like fully produced, high quality, high budget TV shows for games was not a common thing. It was kind of just starting its infancy back then. Like, Quantum Break was one of the very first ones to do it. I remember the first time that I really heard about that, like the first one that I remember at least, was Halo Nightfall, which was a whole TV series, like high budget, well-produced TV series. That was a prologue to Halo 5. It wasn't like mandatory info, but there was a new character, like a new main character in Halo 5. And the TV show was like that character's story leading up to the events of Halo 5. And it wasn't bad, it wasn't a great show. But, like, that was one of the earliest ones that I remember. It was a pretty new thing in, like, 2015, 2016. So I thought the idea for Quantum Break was great, and it was Remedy. So, you know, it's the same guys that did, like, Max Payne and Alan Wake. And I was like, damn, I gotta check this out. And I was just, I didn't like it. Not to say I didn't like it. The game itself was great. Like, it was a Remedy game. It was a really good third-person shooter with a great story. It's what Remedy does. But, like, the TV show thing really took me out of it. Someday I'll probably go back and actually get through it, but might be a bit. Do I have the Remedy games on my list? That's a great idea that I totally didn't steal from Avalanche Reviews. I actually didn't, I swear. This is like... You all were here for it when you have to back me up. I'm not stealing his bit, even though I'm kind of stealing his bit with, like, the every fill-in-the-blank game reviewed format. But with the Remedy games specifically, I'm not stealing his bit. You all were here for, like, the organic moment where I was rambling about Quantum Break for 10 minutes and then thought that would be a good video. All of you who are here right now have to back me up, like, a year or two from now, all right? Whenever that comes to be, I'm gonna need the backup on that one. Definitely didn't steal. I've had so many people saying that I stole Vati's video. His Armored Core video. At this point, I've gotten it like multiple times, even just in the last week, and it's annoying me. It's really annoying me at this point. Because Vati, like, a couple months ago, did a video. It was one big, like, hour-and-a-half video where he did, like, a super short review of every Armored Core game. And I've gotten so many comments throughout the course of the whole thing, but especially in the last week for some reason, saying that, like, I stole his video. And I'm starting to get real annoyed by it, honestly. It's starting to get on my nerves. Because it's one thing to be like, oh, you both did reviews of Armored Core. And it's another thing to say, you stole his video. Those are two very different things. Like, very different. I haven't even seen his Armored Core video. I didn't watch it. Because when I saw it in my recommended, I thought, I want to play the Armored Core games, and then I'll watch this video. And then I started making my own videos, which slowed me down in terms of, like, playing through the games. So now it's going to be like another 2 months before I even watch that video. But still. I've got people telling me I stole his video. It's annoying. I have so many remnants I didn't craft. Oh my god. Jesus. Faith and Arcane is my scaling. I guess get me, like, the Faith one as well. Oh, how did I even let it get this bad? I'm not using any of those. I'm not using any of these. I've gone through some of these selections today. And these are all mixed. Jesus Christ, these are all physic. Oh, this is also stat boosting. So the Arcane one, and then beyond that, it doesn't matter. These are all the damage resistance ones. Also not using any of those. Oh, this one. Okay, hold on. Skill attacks by 15%. That would buff my spinny multi-stab by 15%. So I think I might take that, even if I'm not 100% gonna use it. I can see the use for it. Negates damage by 90% is crazy. I think that one is super short, though. Yeah, I'll take all the damage negation by 15, sure. It is time for the Elden Lord to not rest, to go make dinner, and then probably finish up playing Formula Front. I got scared by the beard. Yeah, it's still growing, unfortunately. Hello, Lion. We'll see you around, Lion. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy, what am I have, what is it? I have pasta in the fridge that's prepped. I'm just gonna warm that up for dinner. I like to prep and have dinner only take me like 15 minutes to warm up and eat, because then I can just get back to doing whatever else. Like, it doesn't take a lot of time out of the day. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub. Come back another time. We're doing this. We're doing Armored Core 6. I've got one more of those in me just to finish up the last ending. And then we've got a lot of new stuff really soon. Liza P is on Saturday. We will be playing that on early access. We've got Mortal Kombat on next Tuesday. We've got Payday 3 next Thursday. We're going to be doing all that in the next week. It's going to be great. Feel free to stop by for any of that. Also, if you enjoyed the stream and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a like. Helps out a lot with the algorithm and stuff. Helps boost it. Even when the stream ends, it still turns into a video and goes out to recommended and stuff, so I appreciate it. Thank you if you've done so already. Thank you if you're about to do so. If you're looking for links to anything outside of YouTube, feel free to check out links in the description. Things like Twitter, Discord server, TikTok, any of that you might be looking for. It's all down there. Other than that, though, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you obviously back here next time. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.